Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected.
FixerBot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T-minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high
Stream about to start, 1 minute left.
gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to
DK0B says. Others no sound.
Yeah, so the problem is my mic. I should like call Microsoft right now, right? Not that I ever, did that in 20 years or something. You should be able
Oh,
to.
here we go.
Thanks. So now I'm using this. My actual mic is not working, which is annoying. And it's Windows. It's not anything else. So, so why would a mic just stop working after a few days of a fresh installation of Windows that's fully updated? Hmm. So, and it's just on this machine, and it's obviously software. Hmm. So maybe I installed an update and then it stopped working. So it's like a Windows update problem. Sorry about the audio. Well, let's fix the code for now. Let's make a workaround because I'm thinking this will be a few days until I fix it. So I'd rather have an echo or a bad mic than I'd have no audio. So this is the code. So normal stream. At the end here, we unmute the main mic, but as a workaround, currently, I'm gonna grab the name of the other mic. So right click, rename, Control AC, no, add select. So let's paste the name there, Bluetooth mic. So this little thing in my ear has a mic. That's what we're using. It's usable. We're gonna comment this line for now so we don't have double audio. And when I fixed the mic, override Control S doesn't work. It's actually typing the character for it. I think undo works, but that undid all. Well, whatever. So let's compile it. Make sure I didn't do anything stupid. So next stream we should have this one enabled, and this mic, which is not actually working right now, disabled. I got rice in the wrong place. So I'm using these Reese fruity thingy. It's not. It's too sweet. Yeah. It's not good food at all. But if you feel like, oh my god, time really ran away from me, I don't want to make lunch right now. That's a very easy option. Hmm. So I'm going to go more healthy again. But I think actually my tummy didn't like eating oatmeal every breakfast, though I love it. It's much more tasty than this. That's too sweet. Well, maybe I shouldn't do it every day then, if my tummy doesn't like it, but you can have it like every other day. Feels healthier too, even though I have lingonberry jam on there. So, uh, Mike should be okay next time. And thank you very much, DK. So, Cyril B. So, is it an A or B? My eyes are not good at this thing anymore. So, well, we have the machine started. Let's start Spice. Actually, this crashed too. Spice crashed twice. The machine froze once. So far since the restart, which is odd because it didn't ever like Spice crash before I did that. And I think I'm using the same version. So, so we have our calling machine called Proxly because it's Proxmox Kali. Running here, let's start the VPN. So I really feel like I have to do more, be more efficient, but I still want to read all the things. Middle. I'm getting there. I'm learning. I know how left. This used to be left, and I had an even more left screen though. So this used to be left and right, and now this is middle and that's left. So sometimes I will hop to the one with OBS up. Just making sure TTS is there. That is there. I think we got everything running. I should have just checked that the mic worked too. So, try hack me. I'll be going for Yara. And
Ravi says.
Hello.
hello, welcome in, welcome back. Last time we started reading a bit about Yara rules. We made a basic Yara rule on the machine, which is obviously not started anymore, you know. By the way, let's start the machine. And it will split screen, so we'll have to minus it. So we'll SSH on into it, which should be quite quick because it's not like this is a Windows machine. Let's SSH it once, and you should already remember the old. So I'm looking. Do we have an IP? No, we still have 30 seconds. I'll wait. So, how's your day? Hope it's a great day. So we have like it's not really a blue cloud sky, but it's a thin layer of cloud, so it's very bright white sky with a blue
Been good.
dots.
Boo.
Good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. So I actually this Thursdays now I'm trying to get my kid to one of my kids to start going to school Thursdays too. We only have Mondays and Wednesdays. So I would usually go to work in the morning on Thursdays, but currently I'm just keeping it, you know, down for him, having a cool, calm morning. So I actually slept in a bit. Slept an extra hour today. So there we have an IP address. Yeah. So that's always nice. But also I don't get any money. As I work as a consultant, if I don't work, I don't get any money. Even if there's like a reason. So let's grab that password too. Yara rules. That's like a dual meaning there. Yara rules and Yara rules, you know? Anyway, when we were looking at this last time, um, we found pen testing rules. So rules for finding passwords and things on machines. So you could run Yara to detect intruders, but you could also run Yara to find data on a machine that you want to, you know, find passwords, types of data, find things. Depending on how much stuff you want to run, of course, because, Yara might not be there. We'll have to check if we can we run Yara in a remote way? Would it be worth the work to do it too? So this is why we need all blue knowledge and all red knowledge, right? You can't just go one side, then we miss stuff.
I think Yara is grep on roids jinx lol.
And roids. I don't understand that, but what we learned is that it checks, you can do files, directories, of course, also files, but you can also check out processes. So you can check out memory, I guess you could do. I don't know exactly how it works. We have to learn more about Yara. So this will be assumed that we did this probably when we continue, but let's not redo everything in case we don't have to. It wasn't much though. We created a rule that was just example rule, condition true, and the name was in their name was
I have
my
completed
first
that
rule.
room. TB Angel.
Yeah, good. So we need a bit of knowledge of everything. And I'm just remembering here. So we had description, meta, strings, conditions, weights. So remember we could use any of them, which is a kind of funny thing. As a programmer, this is like, what are they doing? Give me some real logic, readable logic. Just, okay, all of them? All of the strings? Sure. We put it in the notes. And I will try to understand. I mean, remember that there's such a thing as all of them. Any of them, really. Any of them. I guess there might be all of them too. Then all have to be there. Hmm? I don't know.
Valp him just a person with 2 brain cells and have passionate towards cybersecurity.
I doubt the 2 brain cells then. I'm sure you're really smart. So we have and, not, or, very logical. We could do and not file size equals 1 byte if we want to do that, right? Yeah, buggy examples. We click the link, that was not there anymore, or rather, it was uh, an article that we couldn't read because we are not like a member. Now I don't remember what on earth the site is
Are
called.
you meant to show Ob's screen instead of screen?
I did it again, This is a screen, of course, I'm showing you guys. So this was used to be called the left screen, and now
Jinx
it's
lol.
not.
Translated from Romanian.
Thanks. Yeah, so
It's okay.
we made this Yara rule here before last time. Yeah, thank you very much for saying, otherwise I would have been keep doing it. So here's any of them. We can actually say any of them. Make a few strings. We don't use these variables, we just say any of them condition. And then I got curious, is there an all of them? We have to match all the things? So this is more logical, but it means the number of times it's in there. 10 occurrences. So this is not totally logic, but, and we have and not or. String in the condition that this should exist and the file size should be this. And then there was the article, yeah, in medium.com, so we couldn't see the full thing here. So, frameworks. We talk about we can include stuff.
While I was doing this room, my stupid brain was going like, "Ooh, this is how antivirus defender works, jinx lol."
Oh, yeah. It'd be fun to actually dig into exactly how they work in detail. But I don't know how Yara works yet, so. Other tools in Yara. So combining different tools, in other words. What's Hopley Notes up to? So I'll be streaming tomorrow, and then I'll probably be streaming for a bit. We'll see, because it's Easter break for my kids.
Okay, I will keep shush myself while you try to learn. Melting face emoji.
No, you know I have the TTS on because I want to chat with people, right? And if we learn together and maybe we have different angles and maybe you know something to add to what I'm reading, if you already did it too. And yeah, we can learn more. So the conditions, including true and any of them. And the condition true, that only said the file exists, really. Here. Only checks if the file exists. Yeah, and of course my notes are public, though this one is not synced yet. I pasted that big image, but it's bright light and I don't like it, so that's why it's so far down. Not far down enough. Let's see what the next thing is to learn and add to the notes. Knowing how to create custom Yara rules is useful, but luckily you don't have to create many rules from scratch to begin with. Using Yara to search for evil, there's plenty of GitHub resources. So we looked at this one. This is where we found the pen test one too. That we can search for passwords, for example, on a machine. And open source tools, allowing commercial products that can utilize leverage Yara in hunt operations and or incident response engagement. Loki. That, not who, what, not who is Loki. Free open source indicator of compromise scanner created by Florian Ralph based on GitHub page detection. Yeah, right. So let's check the GitHub page because we know these rooms are very old, and that's why I had up already. I don't know when we just stopped last time because I was like, yeah, I'm a bit tired, too tired for this. So 6 months ago. Okay, so it's still being updated. Good. So we don't read stuff that's like updated 12 years ago, you know. It's like, okay. But 6 months, that's quite updated. Simple IOC scanner. Just reading a little bit of it. So this project is now in inactive maintenance mode. This means that while I merge pull requests for bug fixes and straightforward issues, I currently lack the time to add new features. Okay. Developing a more advanced scanner Thor. Thor Lite is available, faster, more stable. So this is why we went to this page and checked the date, right? Also, a Rust-based version of Loki called Loki 2. So there's actually 2 newer GitHub projects here. So we have 4. Okay. IOC and Yara scanner. And we know this one uses Rust instead. Not ready for use yet.
Lol pesky bot get nuked.
Yeah, it was nuked. I didn't even notice. So the TTS used to read them even though I deleted the messages. But yeah. So that's StreamerBot, some code in there checking the messages, and if they are the cheap viewers kind of thing, they're just hopefully found and removed. TTS used to read them, so Security Live must have made an update fixing it, making it a little bit slower, so it's not reading them, getting them, or actually not reading messages that get deleted. So, Thorlight. Flexible multi-platform IOC and Yara scanner Thor in a community version named Thorlight.
Noise, I just added that exact website name to block terms.
So I can't see the message. If I click it, I can show it. I think I have to remove the space, so even if they don't have the same, name, and the viewers there, they had a special character on it. But it's also remove the space within parentheses or spaces in parentheses. So let's make the message really hard to read, and then we say remove the spaces in normal characters. I'm not giving them any tips here, but I guess we should really have it like a regex.
Jinx lol.
Translated from Romanian.
Neither fast and most flexible multi-platform IOC and Jara scanner Thor community versioning Thor Lite. So let's read in the room. So file name IOC check. Yarrow check. We are here. Hashtag C2 back connect check. There are additional checks that Loki can be used for a full run. Please check the GitHub reading. GitHub can be look can be used on both Windows and Linux and can be found here. But we just had the link here. Oh well. Please note that you are not experienced to use. You're not expected to use the tool in this room. I can't read today. Can I ever? So Python 3 is a Python tool, and that's why they're making it Rust now then. So we have path, kilometer, log file, remote host, remote syslog port, alert level, warning level, parental, and a lot of options. Oh, now they have 4 too here. Okay. Superhero named programs for a superhero blue teamer. Thor Lite is Florian's newest multi-platform IoC and Yara scanner. There are precompiled versions for Windows, Linux, Mac OS. A nice feature with Thor Lite, it's scan throttling to limit. Okay, so it's not killing the computer. So start here. We already in there. Yeah, same link. You need to subscribe to the mailing list to obtain a copy of the binary. Note that Thor is geared towards corporate customers. Thor Lite is a free version. Please note that you are not expected to use this tool in this room. So we're just getting some knowledge about what exists. Fenrir. Naming convention still mythical themed. Yeah. Uh, this is the third tool created by Neo 23X0 Yara. It's the same person again, just another name of it. You guessed it, the previous two. I mean, the updated version was created to address the issue from its predecessors. Uh, their requirements must be met for them to function. Fenrir is a bash script. Okay. It will run on any system capable of running bash. Nowadays, even Windows. Please note that you're not expected to use this tool in this room. So why do they like keep teasing us? Now I want to run them, you know. So, yeah, yet another Yara automation. uh, so, let's like make something here. Um, Yara and scanners, scanner thingies. Yeah, let's make it really thingies. Very nice name. So let's put these in there. So because we won't use them very much here, but if I'm like, what on earth was that Yara thingy, or what they talked about in the Yara room? Yeah, this is also, you can see Neo 23X0 that I seem to be following. So we can have them here. Uh, so Fenrir up 2. So it's all made by one person. So big surprise, you're not expected to use this tool in this room. Yaya was created by someone else, EFF, Electronic Frontier Foundation, and released in September 2020. Based on their website, Yaya is an open source tool to help researchers manage multiple Yara rule repositories. Yeah, it was kind of, when we opened that file with the awesome Yara stuff, it's like, oh my god, so much things. It starts by importing a set of high-value Yara rules and let researchers add their own rules, establishing specific rule sets and run scans of files. Uh, Currently, Yaya will only run on Linux systems. So is this the only link? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. In Sweden we say yeah, yeah. When something like take it easy, that's not so important. So um, more Loki in this one. They feel the need to split it up using loci. A lot of bookmarks, yeah. So the dash means this is a comment and the TTS is not supposed to read it, so you know. Uh, yeah, so I have bookmarks. So I could probably sit here for 15 minutes and it's just scrolling down like this. So let's not do that. But you can also search in the bookmarks. So you don't have to have them mega sorted. My 70-year-old, he's so organized. Very organized. I'm like, I'll probably need this some. I don't have time to check it now, but let's put it somewhere so I remember that I might want to look at it.
Encyclopedia marks instead of bookmarks kappa.
So really, often I put the links in here now, but I didn't think that these were things that I really, really wanted to check out. I'll probably Google for a need I have and find whatever I need rather than. So it's really not the important stuff that ends up here. I have a better way of saving important stuff now. Organized. Hopefully. Uh,
Yeah, I also put links in my Obsidian notes. Melting
yeah.
face emoji.
Uh, as a security analyst, you may need to research various threat intelligence reports, blog posts, etc. to gather information on the latest tactics and techniques used in the world, past or present. Typically, this readings, IOCs, hashes, IP addresses, domain names, etc. will be shared so the rules can be created to detect these threats in your environment, along with your rules. On the flip side, you might find yourself in a situation where you encounter something unknown that your security stack of tools can't or didn't detect. Using tools like Loci, you will need to add your own rules based on your threat intelligence gathers or findings from incident response engagements, forensics. As mentioned before, Loki already has a set of Yara rules that we can benefit from. Start scanning for evil on the endpoint straight away. So Loki is created located tools on the machine. So we connected here. See if I can hop back to the right screen, which is the middle screen later. So what do we have here? Tools. So here we have Luke there. So yeah, they do ls. Navigate to the locate directory. Run the Python locate py-h to see options that are available. So nah. Only bash. Let's see, shall I'm spoiled from Cali. It's so nice to be able to do lowercase l tab and it hops it up. Partial does that too, but it's not case sensitive anyway, so. So, build icon spec. Up clear. Prepare push. Readme requirements. Screens. Directory. All of these. Generate test tools. So if I had read all the things in the Git, we would already know. But let's Python. So just saw several places here. Yeah, found the place I was actually looking for. Loci.py h. Oh my. As it was not really being updated anymore, do we still want it in our notes? I mean, a lot of old tools are useful still. And sometimes they're hard to find and still useful. I don't think this one would be hard to find though, but oh, so sorry. I'm not really tired. I guess I should finish the food, right? So my body will realize that it's not sleepy time. Sorry. So I actually pulled this out and I did that. So let's get going. So I did the H one and I couldn't find the text again because I scrolled down. So we did this to see what options are available, and there's a lot. And I guess I'll put it in my notes because it's mentioned we don't have a lot in this area. So not network, blue team, Yara. Let's put Luca in here. And I probably should have all the links in here instead. So, let's start with help. And make it very obvious too that this is from TryHackMe. You can see the room. So, I don't really care, but there. So this is easier to read too, right? I kind of like that I can do, let's see now if it works, minus and plus of the full interface, right? And then I can scroll the size of this one. So we can have this more readable than this, not having this take as much space. And this one I usually don't even use, so. But I think I'm going to try and start using it, because we can hop to headers within the Obsidian files. So, but I'm trying to keep them short enough to be useful. Let's put the local link here too. Just do this one. And it will mention the store one. So we got the releases. We don't need the releases. So uh, you're if you're running locally on your own system, the first command you should run is update. This will add the signature base directory, which Luca uses to scan for known evil. This command was already executed within the attached VM. Because we don't have internet, right? Probably. Navigate to the Yara directory. Feel free to inspect the different Yara files used by Loci to get an idea of what these rules will hunt for. Yeah, but that will be easier to do on the GitHub. With prettier text than in an SSH'd machine. Because I'm assuming they're here. No. So it's getting it from somewhere else. So let's check it on the machine then. So signature base. So let's check out Yara here. So now we have a lot of examples here. Maybe we should install this on my machine just so we can look at it easier. Oh look, I'm just checking. Oh, some Bambra 6. I was like, what are they this size? No, this is the size. So that was odd. So I imagine these files are crazy complicated. I mean, 11,000 characters, 15,000, 155. Oh gosh. Yeah, so I guess the patterns they're searching for are big. And that's what we're doing here. So let's just look at like the last one. Or let's do so win32, right, W. So strings imports PE, which it mentioned above, but this seems that almost everything does. Uh, and the rule is called the same as the file name, kinda. TE detection malicious. So this column thing, I don't know whether that's really yet. Then we have meta. This is just information about what it does. Detects a specific virus. Then we have some strings. And then the condition. U int 16.0 equals and so this is what we have ChatGPT for, right? Let's just grab the whole thing and let's put this link. This totally explains everything. Now let me go ChatGPT, and I don't know if I'm logged in. I'm not logged in. Yeah. So this is the problem with reinstalling. I'm going to try another login. Yeah.
You can
So
use duck. I.
yeah, but it's already in here now. So I haven't done this in a few days, in other words. This Yara rule is crafted. Let's first of all, we want this bigger, right? Crafted to take the matching a specific byte pattern. So here it actually ensures that the file starts. Okay, so this just reads the first characters. Okay, so that's what I wanted to know. And LRAD body at PE entry points. Check for the specific shellcode or malicious routine starting precisely at the entry point. The pattern includes the wildcard question mark question mark. Alright, yeah, so it's flexible in some bytes. Looking for detecting for specific strain. What else will tweaking it? No, we're just learning Yara. So here's what it meant with the question marks. So it wants exactly this data, but we don't really care about these bytes. So this shellcode, then it's the virus. Interesting. So let's hop back to the room. So suspicious files, file 1. Okay, so we're going to see what the suspicious file is. Let's make sure I read everything. already executed, right? Yara directory to run loci. You can use the following command. Yeah, calling it from the file. I'm thinking if they made this virtual machine only for running loci and some similar tools, why not hack to the path, right? See, is this a more like better learning experience? Maybe it is. So now we have to see the. No, is it in here? They put the file. This is why I have problems getting a laptop. I'm shift page hopping, and what laptop has a nice page hop button? Yeah, so this is full content. So it's not in here. Yes, suspicious files. No, no, we're still in tools. Should we go back 3? S. Oh, even one more. What did I really do? Did I miss? Or was it like many directories? So, suspicious files. File 1 and file 2. So, it couldn't do that. Now we're gonna have to Python too. Data tools loci with a big L. Keys L. Let's. That. So we're checking all the things in the current directory. Scenario: you're the security analyst for a mid-sized law firm. A coworker discovers suspicious files on a web server within your organization. These files were discovered while performing updates to the corporate website. The files have been copied to your machine for analysis. The files are located in the suspicious files directory. Use loci to answer the question below. And I'll show you. So does loci detect the file as suspicious malicious? And that's a lot of questions. Let's see what data we get when we run it. So now I'm curious how this will look. So I misspelled something. Oh, yeah, of course. So you might not have seen, I didn't see this was a directory. So cd file 1. And I was like, we were in 2 directories, right? So that's why they actually do one at a time. So, I don't like these big extra necessary information. Starting loci scan. So let's look at detect anything. We got a warning. By the way, let's click and see what happens. I thought so. Dot slash file2 and run the same other one too. So seems to be clean. So the second file was not anything, nothing found, and the first found we found web shell meta SL soft. So we know both results, so we can detect suspicious, malicious, or benign. Suspicious. Yara rule name, that's what I have selected, so let's just paste it. What does lookup classify this file as? Web shell. Based on the output was string within Yara rule, did it match on? So let's see. Matches. So the answer is for directory for 4 characters, which is a bit odd. String 1. This is 2. I guess it might be both. No. But rule. What string within the Yara rule did it match on? Oh, str1. Okay. I failed to actually click the thing. So, what is the name of the version of this hack tool? So, I'm just looking. So, how many characters? 5. I think it might be this. Yeah, I'm just looking for a pattern on my control phone. Sometimes I need to remove it from the charging and put it back, and then it will start working again. Come on, there. So for some reason, when it says I can't charge, it's very odd bug. Anyway, inspect the actual Jara file that flagged. Within this rule, how many strings are there to flag this file? Scan file 2. This one is benign. Name of version of the web of this web shell. Oh, so it's also a web shell, the second file. We're in this directory, so let's start with that. So as we're in the file 2 directory, and oh, it makes a log file too. So maybe it doesn't look in files that are called index. So God. Seriously, shouldn't have catted the whole thing. That was a big thing. So, name and version. So this is V374K 3.2.3, meaning it is just a slightly newer version, as this was 2.2 and this is 3.2.3. So let's not start for this one because this might be useful. Web shell open source project. Here we can read it much nicer, and obviously it's mega long. 5,000 lines almost. So I part of me wants to really read this, but another part of me is like, how could it be so long? Nah, we're not gonna read it. Like, that's a long one. So we're gonna put it in the notes. I'm quite sure I have a shells, but this is possibly here. Oh, so I already had it in here. Yeah. Well, let's. Ha! Shift Control T worked, but I can't go back. Yeah, I could go back. Okay, good. So I've done that by mistake, both in browsers and when I thought I had my terminal in Kali up. And here I use Shift Control T to open a new tab. But obviously it was getting back an old one in Obsidian. So now I used my misclicking from before. So let's actually look at this file now. So we're interested in the first one that was actually found as being bad file. Signature base Yara. I'm just looking for the same thing again that we already have in the answers. Here. This is the rule. So web shell. Tools first. And then Big L. And then I don't remember. Signature base. Yara, and this will be a dot, and let's tab that now. It must have said up there what which one it was. So I know that I will scroll forever because we have this long code. So let's just use a little side thingy. No, there it is. There will probably be like a file. No? So this is the file name of the file with the problem. Reason Yara will match. Web shell. So where on earth is the name? So I'm gonna be lazy again. What is the file name of the Yara file? Yeah, I should have made a new chat. So it had the old information in there. So copy. Yeah, that's smart. We'll grab it for it. Because it wasn't there. So I wasn't blind. I was thinking I might just be blind and not see it. Oopsie. Let's open our little friend notepad and see what we pasted the new line there. Yeah, but we got the reply. So it is in for web shells. So I actually got the response there when I did for web shells. This one, we got it here too. So if we would have looked through all of these, but you see the size of the thing. So how many strings? The easy way to find the answer for this would have been so let's actually grab yeah, should get better at graph. I usually just pipe stuff into there. But now I want to do it the good way. So we want to show like before and after. Like after maybe 20? Maybe? And do it with grab. Not grab. So what if we do a space 20? Oh, I didn't say what to search for. Yeah, we need this one too. And we kinda did it the wrong way, right? So let's actually go and change this one instead. And I have to remove what it had. It's a directory. Oh, I forgot to add the file. 4 W. There. So it's not long enough, is it? Yeah, it's long enough. So web shell method left is just one string. So what I was saying was that the easy way to find the answer would have been just to test the letters or test numbers. We saw that see there's 1, so we could have done 1, 2, 3, and the 1 would have been correct, right? But now we probably learned a little bit about the graph at least. Creating Yara rules with Yargen. From a previous section, we realized that we have a file that it didn't flag on. At this point, we were unable to run locate on other web servers because the file 2 exists in any of the web servers. It will go undetected. Yeah, so if we have something we know it's not found. We need to create a rule to detect a specific web shell in our environment. Typically, this is what is done in the case of an incident, which is an event that affects, impacts the organization in the navigation. Negative. Now we can manually open the file and attempt to sit through lines upon lines of code to find possible strings. Let's check how many lines this particular file has. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. 3580. And the one we found online was 4,500 actually. If you try to go through each string manually, you should quickly realize this can be a daunting task. Luckily, we can use Yargen. Yes, another tool created by Florian Ralph to aid us with this task. What is Yargen? Yargen is a generator for Java rules. We didn't hear that in the name, no way. Uh, from the README, the main principle is the creation of Yara rules from strings found in malware files, while removing all strings that also appear in goodware files. Therefore, Yargen includes a big goodware strings and opcos database zip archive that can be extracted before the first use. Navigate to Yargen directory, which is in Tools. If you're running Yargen on your own system, you need to update it first by running the following command. Update. Yeah, he's same tool creator means logical naming, right? Yeah, so I hacked the box at the stream yesterday and I was looking for it, but I couldn't see it. Not on. I got there in the last few minutes, so I missed the whole thing. Mm. So, um, I'm planning the week in the pause that became from me yawning. Uh, so tomorrow I will start streaming a bit later, and as I saw some insecurity here, I thought that then I can maybe I'll catch Neil's stream tomorrow because I'll have to go to my mom after work for a bit as we're going away for a whole week. So have to do some other stuff to you. Um, so I want example here too. So we're gonna grab some example. This is how I sometimes do stuff. Like, for example, hashcat file has lots of examples and stuff. This is much more simple, but they're still nice to have examples, not just that. Um, uh, generate rules. There, Georgian, kinda obvious. Name. Here's a pen testing one we found. Uh, so let's grab the data. It's a lot. It's far up now. So we have a color difference, and it's after the code there. That wasn't that hard to find, was it? I kind of thought it would be harder. So also I already copied this for ChatGPT there. I made my middle button a bit brighter. I think I'll actually increase the color difference because it's not very visible, right? So I'm going to actually make it even brighter, even that bright. So because this middle is what I used to call left, so I keep clicking the left. And I want to make my brain understand that this is what we want. Maybe we should like add something more, like maybe stars here. This is a main screen-ish. And if we run it, it doesn't do a thing because we're already on the screen. So, doot, doot. And now it looks like this. We have a totally different color on that one. and the text is much tinier since it has stars. It's still not mega obvious. So let's add one of those at the very end instead. So it looks better. It's okay. We have an example of what it looks like, except for a little character there. So why all these spaces? I don't get it. What I'm thinking is poor GitHub. When I sync this up, it goes lots of spaces. Oh, whatever. We have saved a few characters. Few bytes. That's kinda all the things I'm assuming on Loka. Loke. There. Let's hop over. Should we make one for Yargen? Of course we should, right? I'm in the wrong machine tabbing. So blue. Yargen. And this also means that if I remember the character, is it this? Yeah. There. So now we have a link. And let's go back and grab a little. Let's also do like Loki runs Yara rules. So we can click this one to go there. So let's run it. Not update. There were some things there though. About Loki too. It's in this one. Here, update. So I don't think it was double dashes, but it's a long name, so I have to check. Yeah, double. That's a logical thing. To get generate signature base directory. So that's quite important. And then let's go back to Georgia. Let's also, I was thinking of making it big, but I don't like uppercase. So this is why the rooms take a bit extra time to do, not just running through them, actually making sure that when I need this information, it's not just somewhere in the far lost regions of my brain. It's also in the notes where it can be found easily, right? So I'm like, yeah, I read about this blue team tool that did some kind of thing like this. What was it? And then I just opened it. Oh, right, that's it. I recognize it. We used this. We did it. We tested it. We made notes on it. So let's actually use it now. And this is why I went and copied the other one, because now we want this one here. And we should probably assume that there's an H there, maybe. Use jargon to generate. So what we're going to do now is to actually test that. So alright, I should have done double. And here we have jargon, which is actually with an uppercase. It's just harder to write. Yeah, so Python jargon py h. No, there's no such thing. If we only run it, we get the same error. So yeah, so let's grab it. And this is the SSH session, and I don't want to clear it in case we need what's on top. Let's just clear it because it's so much scrolling, right? And there's also I remember seeing the Python 3 here, you know, that's why I did it. So, a brief explanation of parameters above. And this is not the example, this is a explanation. Well, it's a simple example. Output M path. I'm just thinking, why M? Exclude good where strings. Oh, yeah. So let's grab the text. Just this one. Python yarn py m file path exclude good o out path. So they're checking with all the good strings. That's what takes time. I'm impressed. I'm assuming it works. And that's impressive. Processing the bad file. Oh, the log file. Yeah, we specified the file. No, we specified the path. So it thinks the log file is bad too. A lot of magic. Yeah, filtering string set for the log file. Two simple rules. All rules written to file Yara. Yeah, so if you follow the rule, how it works, you would get this. Let's look at it, right? That's what we want to do, but let's first. I'm gonna redo it. I'm sorry, but I think it took some time. But let's remove the log file and let's rerun the command. But first, let's also remove this. So it's clean. Just one file there. And we run the command again. And this output will be cleaner and we will put it in the notes. And while we wait for that, we're going to read this. If all is well, you should see the following output. Generating one simple rules. All rules written to. Yarn run finished. Generally, you should examine the Yara rule and remove any strings that you feel might generate false positives. For this exercise, we will leave the generated URL as it is and test to see if Yara will flag file 2 or no. Note, another tool to assist with this is called Yara Analyzer. You guessed it, created by Florian Roth. We will not examine that tool in this room, but you should read up on it, especially if you decide to start creating your own Yara rules. Yeah, this sounds fun. It's all about, do we have time, though? So now we have one simple rule generated. So I think it's interesting to have the full, exactly what we wanted output, right? So
I gotta dip now. Have a great rest of your time zone and stream
uh,
bleed purple fix it 42 loves
you
fix it 42
too.
wave.
Thank you very much for being here, and welcome back tomorrow or later. We'll see how long I go. So let's see. Let's put this in as an example. There. Um, Maybe we should have had the full file name here for prettier output, but I'm not gonna care about that. So we took full directory because we run their example. Um, and at first I actually assumed that file 2 would be the file that was going to be checked. So, um, yeah, will it be found now when we check it again? We need to know because, and also we want to see the file. So first we're going to cat this and see what it made. Your rule set, author, jargon rule generator, rule set. Home signature suspicious files file index. So the path to the file is and the file name. Description. Meta. Then we have the strings. So it has a lot of strings here. One of and four of them. So it needs to match four of them. One of, we can see here the first bytes need to be this size, this, and then this one. Well, four of them we can understand, right? Then probably all of them works too. This one. Let's hop back to the ChatGPT one we had that asked about this. I typoed. Right. So there's no space in my question. So it's bugging out on me. We can't see the actual question, but there's no space between the one. It's in the conditions actually rule count how many of the group of variables you should define with the common prefix. Uh, let's grab the whole strength section. No, I can scroll, but we can't still see the top one, and it's not making new things in the sidebar here. Oh, now they appeared. So they were gone before. Well, your condition line has a small using one of and for, but them only refers to the last of group, since only covers and the rest to them does not refer to all strings. To fix this, off. Haha. Interesting. So X, S. All the others are S. So this one is called X. But I read this as this one needs to be there, and for of anything. Them would include all, right? It must be all. Must be this one too. Uh, them must include all strings, right? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So this is really saying three of the rest because this one always has to be. Yeah. So it just messed a little bit. But I can understand why. So yeah, I needed something relaxed to listen to, and he's explaining like, oh, this is a soldering iron. Very relaxed stuff. But I just clicked something on my start picture. Ah, oh, and I have this plier and now this thing you do. I thought it would be it. But that was relaxed for your stream late. Uh, Generally, you would examine your rule or remove any strings that you might feel false, but for this exercise, we will leave the generated your rule as is test. Yeah, we didn't test it actually. So let's run it. So I'm actually going to check the time. Yeah, we only had 23 minutes left, making me think that we did use a lot of time. So for rather meanwhile this runs, um, I'm doing this purposefully. We can see all the things we run. Kind of repeat it a little bit. And here we have a run on of loci. Yeah. On the current directory. Only now we want to go back just one directory because we're already in this. And we're not running it to this directory, but dot dot slash dot dot slash or use full path. For the file, rather. There, yeah, it's file 2. Where did we put the file? So this one needs to be copied to the actual place where it looks, right? So where was it? Signature base. We could just go there. Just there. That's the path. Now we'll just move. Now let's copy this file to that place. There. And now when we run the loci again, not found. Should we run as root? Hmm. Further reading and creating Yara rules. From within the root of a suspicious files directory. Yeah, let's do that then. Okay, that's what they want us to do. So it's not in their database, so it doesn't help that we just copied it in there because we did. So what I have in my paste is the file name of that. Let's go there. Root of suspicious files directory. This is where they want us to be. Let's go up to the loki command. Oh. So we're not supposed to run Loki at all. We're supposed to do Yara. Oops. We didn't run it. That's what I thought. Because we did it yesterday. 2 days ago. Right. So, of course, that's not as clear in my memory. And I don't even have it in here. I just have the rules, not the running of it. So let's actually go and fix our notes. But first, let's not miss those. Obviously, that meant something special to control page up, but I just wanted to delete that. Well, we have tested that it still works. So, to read also means that I'm gonna put these in read. So I'll read this one when I have time. So let's hop up to the very top. Because I only had the note in my notes, I only had making rules. And we did also run them, but I didn't make any notes of that. So I used other names. Uh, running Yara. That's interesting. Oh, I must have missed. Interesting. Very interesting. Hmm. So there, error scanning, could not open file, but we get a response here. So now we're going to run Yara, and now we know that it's rule file because I didn't remember that. So Yara rule dot yar file to test. So that's the format that we need to run, and they wanted us to do is from this place, and oh gosh, I'm actually going to clear that because it became so messy. Yeah, I pasted the whole thing there. So Yara and actually going to copy from the old history anyway. File2.jar and suspicious files. Yeah, this is the one where yeah. So that's not where we got it from. Here, this is the one we want. So we're going to actually make the line here. That's easier. Here's the old. So the out file, we know where the file is, right? And we're in the root of suspicious files. So it should only be file 2, and then it have to be also the file name, which was like 1. So I just scrolled up here and checked, but we don't have anything. LFLA. This shouldn't have taken this long, you know. There we can see file 2. Yeah, this is easier. So let's just LFLA file 2. And now we have all the data. And now we can type it here instead. So Yara, and first the rule file, which is file 2.yar, and I'm assuming it can do. I'm just scrolling down to what their question was. Oh yeah, it can look in the current directory, and then we have file to slash 1 index.php, and let's copy that because that's the answer, and then we get the response there. So this wasn't doing what I wanted though. Did Yara rule flag file 2? Yay, because it didn't say it didn't, right? I copied the URL you created into the Loki signatures directory. Yeah, and I did this, you know, but I must have put it in the wrong. Yeah, so it says it's already checking, it's doing it, right? It's supposed to. But let's, before we do that, let's put it in the notes. As an example. So, and let's hop back to, not to jargon. So where did I copy the file to? Did I not put it in the right place? Let's hop back to the copy. I know I edited the copy too, because I pasted it again. Home Cinematic. Yeah, I think this is the right place. Loki signature base Yara. And it wants us to copy Yara really create into Loki signatures directory. Let's run it again. It doesn't say the file didn't exist or whatever, you know. And let's if we go up and run Loki again. I really messed up my history. Python Loki pi suspicious files. Alright, because I think it was lowercase. Loki. Let's use full path instead. Or home path. Yeah. So why isn't it working? So if we go up quite a bit. Really, I'd like to look in the signature based directory instead, right? Yeah, it is tools. I'm like stupid now. Why did I go out of there? Because maybe yeah, we were not in here. So cd sig, that's your base. And then we go into Yara. Then we go into here. And we go into LSLA. um, I think it called it that. No? No? File? File to .jar. Made today. So it is in here. So let's run it the way we did it before, at the very start. So did I miss something in the instruction? Just says copy the file. So it could always be that the functionality is different. File 2. So this is where we run it before at the start. Yeah, so we want the ones that run with a dot at the end to have the exact same command we started with. There. Here. This is the exact one we run for. And now it found it. So we need to be in the directory. Anyway, it worked with our new file, but it's odd. So this is the way we run it at the start. So when we run it the same way, it worked. I'm just thinking if we run on lots of stuff and it's not one directory. Oh, so let's answer the question. Yay, it was found finally. What is the name of the variable for the string that it matched on? str1 again. It's a wrong number of characters. What is the name of the variable for the string that it matched on? Matches str1. The hint is look at $x1. So it's not any $x1 in here. Then we can also see jargon. And this is also from there, from the meta. The name of it. So they assume we're not in the command line too. And they don't. Yeah, so this hint was useless. as we don't have that in output, and it's really STR1, and that is obviously not the right answer. And we did look at the file before. Tired of this, so we're going to. No, I don't even know what to grab. The command. That's the one that failed, by the way. Here we copy it. So but then fall too, or we could do this one. Then we have the full name. We already catted it, I only cleared the screen so we can't see it. We got 20 strings. 20 strings. I'm curious to see if this is correct. Yeah. One of the conditions to match the Yara rule specifies file size. File has to be less than what amount? 700 KB. But this I could not find. Let's look at it once more. SDR1, do they want a colon too? That would be stupid. No, thought so. So this version of this tool renames the variables to this instead of using the ones used in here. Is that it? No, because it would still not be 5 characters. It's 5 characters. Yeah, I'm giving up on the question, meaning we're going to Google the question. Because people will have made their little walkthroughs of it. And some of the other ones, actually, let's find that. We can find the variable for the string, septive. But this is a part of the string. It's not a variable for the string. The variable name is str1. A part of the string, which is the string variable's part of it, we have septo. Okay, that's more like a bug. So someone tested all the things. I've noticed that some sentences are not complete, so it's probably English. Just English bug. Oh. Well, hello. It's an online Yara feed created and hosted by Nextron System. Florian Roth. Yeah, so we were. This is where they had the Thor free. By now you should be aware of the ridiculous amount of time and energy Florian is dedicated to creating these tools for the community. Maybe you should just, maybe we should just call this the Florian room. For the site will boost your detection capabilities with the power of thousands of handcrafted high-quality Yara rules. Currently serving 11,000 Yara rules. Keyword, tag, tactic neg, shot 256, or rule name. API key. We should note that the conduct search is based on keyword. Note, for more information on attack places, matter room, taking a look at the data provided to us, let's examine the rule in the screenshot below. Susp 64 encoded, who am I? So couldn't they have given it so we could copy it? And I can't even use that field to just type. I have to type somewhere else. So susp base 64 and encoded. Who am I? So let's try it now and search the results. I think I spelled it right. So I closed the tab on this one. What I'm hoping is that they will have the name there. Whatever. Let's read the stuff again. They do something they did not mean for me to do. Was I not supposed to be able to find this? Table shows a newest addition to the rule set. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore because it's 5 years ago, or 4.5. And we're provided with the name of the rule, brief description. Now let's go for the new ones. Does it exist? Let's just go here. If we scroll down, we can see this is the list, right? The local classify the files are suspicious, you know in your gut they are malicious. Hence the reason you created the Yara rule using Yargen to detect it on other web servers. But let's further pretend that you are not code savvy. FYI, not all security professionals know how to code script or read it. You need to conduct further research regarding these files to receive approval to eradicate these files from an time to use Valhalla for some threat intelligence gathering. Input the SHA-256 hash of file 1. and then we find some information, and hopefully it works. Okay. Um. So I don't remember. I think it might just be shelter 6, but looking for the right one. It should be able to. I should be able to find it quite quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to fix. Uh, One of these should have encoding. Oh, there I see decode. So it's supposed to be here because it's also encoding, right? So it might be that I don't have it, but I don't think so. At this point, it would be quicker to Google, but I want to make sure I have stuff in my notes and that I can find it in here. Yeah. In Hashcat, of course, we have a million of that. No. So then we make a new note. So will this say decoding, encoding? No. So it's hard to separate decoding and decrypting, but maybe we need to do it because it's a bit of a mess. I need to go and check on my kids for a quick bit, and then I'll be back. So checking. Lubben gubben! Lubben! Nu är klockan 15:36. Du måste komma upp gubben. Gubben, det är 2 timmar sedan och lite till. Jag trodde du hade gått upp. Gubben, när somnade du? Vi pratade ju lite och så. Ska vi tända i taket nu? Det är faktiskt så att Linus måste få tänt i taket, Laban. Jag pratade med om det. Vi gör det lite ljusare så här. Titta vad ljust det är ute. Titta vad ljust det är ute, gubben. Det är en stor prick på din axel. Jag vet att du hade ett sår där för länge sedan som du pillade bort 1 miljon gånger, men jag tror inte det var så där stor. Ja. Är du vaken? Wiki wiki. Jag går nu gubben, men den är 15:37 nu, timme 15. Du behöver komma upp. Hej. Hur är läget?
Good.
Hej till dig också. Rocks.
Is there anything we can do today that will help towards
Vi kan ju kolla, vi ska ju kolla lite på andra sätt också. Nu fixar din tvätt klart. Så vi får hänga den om ett tag sen. Jag vill att Labbans dotter ska få vara lite till där först bara. Så. Så vi kan ju börja packa och sånt sen. Sen tänkte jag att vi ska gå upp på vinden också. So I think I will need to grab a sun or something too. Let's see. So let's this in there. There. We have vitamins here too. Right, I remembered. So this is a message I got, so I'm gonna Google. Right, I don't remember really. Ah, we had the information at the start of the room. This is the one where we started. Kinda guessed it was Ubuntu, but not all, no. Shot 256 some, that's all I needed. Yeah. So it's waiting for input. Oh gosh, that was not what I meant. I meant Control C. So let's one tab there, and I should have this in my notes and I didn't, so we're gonna fix it. And maybe I did have it. And it's so familiar, you know. Yeah, so there I used it. Was find. So there's really not a lot in my notes on it. So let's make it here. I think I had before like more things. We had hashing, you know, encoding, decoding. I have SHA-1 some here, you know. Let's just add it, or I did already add one, right? It's no named in that case. If I did, I'll find it. Untitled. Yeah, we don't have two, so SHA 256. So and let's just make it quick. No, we don't need more for this. Example colon. So this is all we need. Just remember what the nursery command was called, right? I don't know why I missed characters there. So I'm copying this, pasting it here, searching for it. And obviously old stuff, right? There are Yara rules, their names, description, date, and web shell repos. Ah, look, these have the actual GitHub URLs. Valhalla. Attributed to APT group. Well, I could kind of say nay already, right? No, it's S? I thought it was just someone making it. So let's click it then. Where can we see more information? So I guess that this would be that then. Oh, we're doing it for file 2. Okay, so let's do it for that one. And I don't remember the file name, so what's the file name? Index. So this is the one that's supposed to be bad. So rough read info. So what if we click the first info? Flooring on the rough road. We're surprised by now, right? So antivirus verdicts 221 is clean. Hmm. Oh, that was an odd link. Comments. So we know the answer is supposed to be yay here because we tried nay. I just would like more information. What is the name of the first rule? So, okay. The first in age then. This one is even longer. So I think it just was a copy mistake in this. Right? So if we copy this to Notepad, and then we copy it again, and then we paste it here, we'll get the right name now. There's no underscores here. Okay, so there's supposed to be like this is the format, really. That's annoying. So it's not this one, it's number one, not one then. So let's do this again. And we can see we have 5, 5. So it's probably this one. I just have to try this. Yeah, so it made an extra character in there. But if I type a dash here, it accepts it. So if the first one was rule 2, I'm very surprised. I wonder why it's so slow sometimes. Examine the information for file 2 from various total. The Yara signature match is from what scanner? For file 2. Virus total. Let's click this one then. Yara signature match is from what scanner? No, this is not the right one. This is where I'm looking. Live hunt? So nothing is completed still. File 2, various total Yara series from what scanner? So 4, 3, 7. These are meaningless, really, these questions. If I'm looking for information, this is not what I would do, right? I wouldn't look for which date is probably more accurate. So we're on virus total. But this was not the right place to find whatever we were. So I'm gonna go check this once. So here's this one answer. We got this one easy, but the next question is odd. Also, they get the right answer on that one, which we... Oh, now it actually did it. So I had to re-click these for it to find them. I don't know why. So, when the page loads, scanner is Thor APT. Let's see what they saw. I would like to see this one better. It's Yara's signature. It's in the header of it. So this was the answer. This is not the same one, is it? Because I closed it, didn't I? No, this is the second one, or the first one, right? This is the first time we open it, but it's the same one. Ah. So it's like, let's show that it is Thor APT scan. Enter the show 256 hash. Let's see how many minutes this takes. Oh, whoa. I don't know why it's so slow. It's usually not this slow. Show 256 of file 2 into virus total. So that's actually virus total. Hmm. File 2. Still have them up on my other screen. And I'm gonna go check the timeout. I think we're done, but it's about to expire. I had that feeling. It would be annoying if it's like on the end of it. So we searched it. Malware, web shell, backdoor. Did every heavy detect? I don't think so. No, we could have answered that without checking. Also, it's a web shell, right? It's not a virus. Slow. Besides PHP, what other extension is recorded for this file? APK. One sys text HTML exe. Yeah, so older questions. So we just test. It's not HTML at least. What's the txt? No, okay, I thought so. There was APT. There was EXE. That's slower. This is the right one then. So let's see while we wait for what they're. Look in the details tab. Yeah, so now it was right. So this is a problem. Back in 5 years ago, probably there was only EXE here. It wasn't CSV, sys, txt, you know, all the things, HTML, and .1 there was even. PHP.1. So let's not close that until we're done. What JavaScript library is used in file 2? So did this say that, or do we have to look ourselves? It's probably somewhere. That's actually a fun thing. My kid asked me, he will ask me to look at a web page. And he asked me, Mom, do you know how to search for, do you know Control F? I'm like, yeah. He wanted me to search in a web page. I'm like, that's nice. So I'm just checking if we have a hint here. Or if we look at the actual file again. I think that I won't do it that much actually, but instead look at this one. So here we can see possibly old information too. So these links didn't exist. Oh yeah, they looked at the code. Septo. Yeah, I'm good with just typing that today. I want to do more stuff. There was also a hint here. Get a page search inside. We also have it on the machine, so we wouldn't have had to do that. So look at the code was answer. This is Yara rule and the default Yara file local users. It wasn't, it wasn't found. So it must be named. Let's see what their hint is. Examine Thorvald and search for the rule name. Yeah, this is where we found number 1. So I'm going to just try both alternatives. But nay is what we got, so that's the first one to test. Why would we search inside the file when we already know it didn't find it? Oh well. Conclusion: in this room we explored Yara. I know much more about Yara, how to use Yara, and manually created basic Yara rules. We also explored various open source tools to hit the ground running that utilizes Yara rules to detect evil on endpoints. By going through the room scenario, we should understand the need as a blue teamer to know how to create Yara rules efficiently. If you rely on such tools, commercial products, even though not perfect, will have much richer Yara rules than open source products. Both commercial and open source will allow you to add Yara rules to expand its capabilities further to detect threats. If it's not clear the reason why file 2 was not detected, uh, is that the Yara rule was not in the Yara file used by Loki to detect the hack tool web share. Even though it's a hack tool, has been around for years and has even been attributed to at least one nation state. The Yara rule is present in the commercial variant of Loki, which is Thor. Now, there is more that can be done with Yara and Yara rules, so that's like a little ad there. We encourage you to explore this tool further at your own leisure. So the thing here is that it was the same script. It was just different versions. So I'm not going to scroll up there, but it was 2.2 and 2.3.2 maybe. So it was almost the same file, just a very much newer version. So I thought it was just not updated because it's old. So yeah, this is a problem today for some reason. Let's close all these. Valhalla search though. There. Let's grab that URL. Should I close this? Let's F5 it. So how come last night's one is not in here? Why is it not there? I have to ask. I have to ask them. Congratulations on completing Yara, but we need to add this to the notes. So, Yarjan, Yara. Yeah, let's put it in another place. So let's put various total in here too, though it's like a normal place to search. So let's grab various totals link too. I don't want to close that. Let's move this one over here. It is 16 already, and yeah. So I did grab something to eat, though I think it's in part melted. One minute read. So this was mentioned in an earlier room, the Cyril Logan vulnerability. So it's probably 2020 thing. So I bought these when my throat was sore, but it's still nice for the throat, and it's I'm still a bit off in the throat. Yeah. So they're not really melted, but almost. It's hard in 30 minutes, and the other one was 1 minute. Cyril Logan. Learn about and exploit the Cyril Logan vulnerability that allows an attacker to go from zero to domain admin without any valid credentials. So we're of course skipping the video. Oh, nice. Mm. I'm eating this awful trash bin in case it would drop. Should have been ice, but it's just soft. Mm. The purpose of this room is to shed light on the Cyril Logan vulnerability with an educational focus. And I'm gonna add Cyril Logan to the Twitch title. So, this is done so that defenders can better understand the threat faced herein. Cyril vulnerability is approached from the proof of concept emphasis, providing a breakdown of vulnerable method within this issue. TryHackMe does not condone illegal actions taken on the part of the individual. About the vulnerability, on September 14, 2020, Secure released a white paper that allowed the attacker to go from zero to domain admin in approximately 1 minute. They dubbed this vulnerability Zero Logon. Zero Logon is purely a statistics-based attack that abuses a feature within MS NRPC. Come, you should have it out there. Microsoft NetLogon Remote Protocol. It's a critical authentication component of Active Directory that handles authentication for user and machine accounts. In short, the text mainly focuses on poor implementation of cryptography. To be more specific, Microsoft chose to use AES CFP8 for a function called compute network credential, which is normally fine, except they hard-coded the initialization vector to use all zeros instead of a random string. When the attacker sends a message only containing zeros with their IV of 0, there is a 1 in 256 chance that the ciphertext will be 0. But how is that useful to us? We'll touch on that note in the following sections. About machine accounts. So I almost have to look back at old Security Now podcast and see when they talked about this one. Let's actually go that. Let's do it. I'm sure it's there. Zero Logon. Episode 786. He's got a hard one. So this is actually a podcast. This is just the notes for it. 786. I have them all on my hard drive actually. Come on, I'm trying to scroll here. Someone had to Photoshop them there. Let's see. Let's guess it's 2020. So 786.
It's time for Security Now. Steve Gibson is here. Lots to talk about, including why it's so important to choose the right VPN and not one that a lot of businesses are using right at this moment. We'll also talk about the latest in ransomware. We don't normally give you reports on ransomware issues, but man, it's just gotten out of control. Steve will give you an update. And then we'll
Yeah,
talk
they'll
about
probably have this on YouTube, right?
Windows flaw, zero login. It just seems to be getting
That's
worse.
it.
It's all coming up next on Security Now.
So
Security Now,
Zero
brought to you from
Login
Twit's last bit.
will be in this episode. We kinda got it extra confirmed there. By the way, did I...
It's time for Security Now. Steve Gibson is...
Sorry for that. I didn't have time to lower the volume. I wanted to go back to the search. Let's grab this. I remember 786. Go to YouTube. We can do 786. And this is the latest. Whatever. Podcasts? Yeah, this is a podcast. So 786. We're over 1,000 now. So don't they have the numbers in the name? Yeah. 700. Here we have 774. I guess I count. 75, 76, 77. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Zero logon. plus plus. Yeah. Maybe there's more on Serlog, huh? Yeah, also here. So it was earlier too. I think I'll listen to these, and you can also download them from his page. That's why I just made a Python script that downloaded all the episodes because uh, there are not like you can click to download them all. You have to type the URL for them. uh, so that's a thing to listen to. Yeah, and it remembers this in the top there, so we can just not really read, but listen to. That's interesting. um, let's continue here. So 1622. I'll go check again if I can wake my kid up. I'm gonna leave this here, so you don't have to I hope so. Oh, down. I haven't eaten enough. Oh, I should have put on TTS on it. probably told me I need some better lesson. Hungry.
Epsilon011235 says, "Hi, fix it. I'm a
Hi.
long time lurker, but thought I should say hi one of these days. Hack9 love."
Oh, so great. I'll be right up. Just grabbing a sandwich. So, just close the door. So I needed something more than that. I guess I should. I'm thinking of making hamburgers later. So, let's see. Welcome in, Epsilon 011235 Welcome to the chat then. If you've been lacking.
Fibonacci numbers.
So, can I eat and read or should we suggest? So let's continue reading.
Haha, you enjoy your meal, smile, smile.
No problem. I won't eat it all at once. Yes, I thought this one sounded interesting, so I looked up the Security Now when they talked about it when it was new. So I'm assuming that I'll hear an interesting story with a lot of details without having to like Google and read a lot of documents. It's very nice. Security Now podcast is very nice to listen to when you're like when I woke up today to listen to it because it's yeah, but if I think I listened to it yesterday because they record Tuesdays, I think. But every week we have like 1.5, 2, or something more hours. Yeah, though I think the owls are like growing.
Security now? I kinda dropped listening to podcasts since I stopped commuting to
Ah,
work.
yeah, so I listen to them when I'm falling asleep at night, and I kind of start them while I'm waking up already, and then I like listen to them when I'm showering. the times when you can't really do anything else. Making food if I'm not chatting to someone online. Mm. Mm, so security now, I just set it up. So let's go to that. I actually put it here. So this is a nice podcast that I'm not subscribing to. Let's do that. But I listen to it on my podcast app, so on the phone. There they have video. And the first time I saw the video, I was like, "Oh my, are they that old?" But it's a nice podcast. So I'll have to listen to the ones here about Zero Logon from 4 years ago. So they have most people probably
We'll
don't
give it
listen
a
here, but
listen.
it's still
Thanks for the tip.
8,700 yeah listens on YouTube. Oh, that's the main dude. Um, so Steve Gibson. So if you let's check out the. I already have that link. Let's check the latest. They always have one of this
It's time for
piece.
security now, Steve.
No, I didn't want to start it. I wanted to see the image. Come on. There. They have like funny images. So this one wasn't that funny, but a lot of them are like electrical outlets. Maybe you appreciate that one. 314 is pi backwards in the mirror. Someone noticed it. At least if you type it with that kind of far. And here they're getting electricity to the computer by a little wire and a screwdriver to the VGA connector. Yeah, and they're putting a USB-C into a. Well, yeah, they're quite funny. This one, will it start
It's
again?
time for security now.
Why does it start? That's what we want to see. Yeah, so you can work around most things here. So, but of course the news are interesting. But they always have this fun little image too. So everybody walking to the fitness center. Oh, it's nice too. Let's continue. So I didn't read long before I started thinking this was in the news. Then I want to know. So they built this vulnerability where you can get to 0 to the main admin in 1 minute, 0 log. So we're going to play with this in this room. Statistic based. I already read this, right? But I read. Yeah, when the details started coming, I was like, yeah, I want to hear Steve explain these things. Except they had hard-coded the initialization vector. Yeah, use zeros instead of a random string. Yeah. Yeah, so I had read to this. How is this useful for us? Both machine accounts. Normally, if you try a statistic-based attack on your user account, we would get locked out. This is not the case if we apply this principle to machine accounts, user accounts. Machine accounts are much different way than standard user accounts. They have no predefined lockout account attempts because the 64 plus character alphanumeric password is normally used to secure them, making them very difficult to break into. They're not meant to be accessed by an end user by any means. In certain circumstances, we can dump the machine account password using a tool like Mimikatz, but if we're at that point, we've already compromised the machine and we're looking for persistence within the domain, not lateral movement. Abusing the vulnerability. Machine accounts often hold system level privileges, which we can use for a variety of things. If you're not familiar with Active Directory, we can take the domain controller's machine account and attempt to use the granted authentication in conjunction with security secrets dumped
VR
py.
Mechatronics says, "Hey, how is going?"
Hi VR, it's going good. How are you today? Got all your packages? Secret Dump is a password dumping utility like Mimikatz, except it lives on the network instead of the host. To dump all the password within a domain, at this point we have a rough kill chain starting to form. Use zero login to bypass authentication on the domain controller's machine account. Run secrets dump py to dump credentials. Crack past domain admin hashes. Question mark? Profit. Analyzing the MS NRTP logon process. At this point, we know a vulnerability exists, but we're not quite sure how to exploit it yet. We'll be covering that soon. But what we do know, there's a vulnerability within the way Microsoft handles authentication within compute net logon credential functions of MS and RPC. To better understand the vulnerability, we need to do a bit of deeper dive on how Microsoft handles authentications. So they keep saying the same thing a million times. To analyze where the vulnerability occurs, we'll be using a diagram provided by Secura as well as Microsoft documentation to decipher the magic behind zero logon. The sources can be found at the bottom of this task. So we have an extremely bright light image, so I'm going really blind here. I can't really read this. We have a client domain joined computer. And the server domain controller, same here. Client challenge, server challenge. Session key equals KDF, secret challenges. Client credential encrypt session key, client challenge. Server credential encrypt session key, server challenge. Signed equals sealed with session key. Procedure call with authenticator. Simplified. So let's have a rec challenge. Challenge 0000, comma 00. Repeat on the successful layer 256 as I said. Server challenge. Let server authenticate 3. Identity DC credential 000 sign 0. And they do this until they get
Anticipating
0
your
then.
question, I have half of the packages, the other half I have to send back because the parts are of poorer quality and replace them with new ones. I definitely have to learn to type faster XD.
That's too bad. And you're ordering a lot from AliExpress, but also from some Germany company, right? So some things, I'm thinking if they're from AliExpress, it might take weeks to get here, and if it's bad quality and you have to reorder, that's so annoying then. But the prices must be so much better than ordering from within Europe. Yeah. So when we finally get the 0, then I assume, and that's server password set to target DC and password 0000000. The zero. Now we really know why it's called a zero logon, right? It's not just that we need to log on 0 times, it's that we log in with zeros. Which effectively boils down to filling particular message parameter with zeros. And we're trying the handshake a few times in order to set an empty computer password on the DC. So we actually set the password on. Huh.
Amazon has a warehouse in Denmark, but they do not have all the parts locally.
Yeah, okay. But you did order from Amazon, from AliExpress too, right? Maybe I said Amazon and meant AliExpress.
Both.
Hmm. So also when you order from Amazon, some things are not actually sent from Amazon. They're sent from China still, so it could still be wait times. Hmm. Step 1. The client creates a NetServer server request challenge and send it off. Yeah, so they're just going through what we already read in text. So we can skip because I already read it. At this point, maybe like at the middle there. Yeah, there are new stuff in here. So let's read it anyway. DC target device 3 and nonce. In our case, 16 bytes of zeros. Were there numbers in here? Server receives the network challenge. The server will then generate its own nonce. This is called server challenge. The server will send the server challenge back. The client, us, will compute its netlogon credentials with the server challenge provided. It uses the NetServer Authenticate 3 method, which requires the following parameters. So, custom binding handle, in packet handles is for us, negotiated prior. This is why I wanted to read it to get these details. An account name, and that's the machine name. Secure channel type, and in packet sources. Sort of handles this for us, but we still need to specify it. nRPC netlogon secure channel type, service secure channel, okay. The computer name, the domain controller. The client credential string, this will be 8
Yes, I have
hexbits.
2 meetings scheduled at the Danish Technology Institute and I don't have all the parts for 4
Oh,
PSC, prototype Model 3 yet XD because then required 4 pieces for tests.
oh. So will you get the stuff in time? That sounds cool. Danish Technology Institute. Pretty cool. So I hope you get everything in time. Maybe you'll have to pay more to get them quicker. Imagine. 8 hexes of null. 16 bytes of 0. Negotiated flags. Wind inclined. Same seal flags disabled. Provided by Secura, the same as the source of the image. The server will receive the net server authenticate request and will compute the same request itself during its known good values. If the results are good, the server will send the required info back to the client. At this point, we attempt to exploit the zero logon vulnerability is underway.
One meeting costs 1,500 DKK and the registration of your user patent for 1 year.
Oh, okay, so it's because it's a patent thing. That's a lot of money too. Okay, but you've been worried that someone would steal your idea. So if you have the patent, then you can just send it on to American companies. That's smart. And maybe your little company will be like, you'll get a lot of money, you know? Hopefully. The above steps, the above steps above will be looped through a certain number of times to attempt to exploit the zero login vulnerability. The actual exploit occurs at step 3 and 4. But 5 is where we send all the zeros. Can't be finished already there, whatever. This is where we're looping for the server to have the same computations as the client. And this is where we are 1 in 256 chances. If the server calculates the same value, the client will re-verify, and once mutual agreement is confirmed, they will agree on the session key. The session key will be used to encrypt communication between the client and the server, meaning authentication is successful. From here, normal OPC communications can occur.
A patent does nothing for you. It is just a protection so that another company does not accuse you of stealing someone else's ideas.
But if you have a patent, they can't claim that they thought of it first. If you go to someone and say, here's my idea, I can develop this as your employee if you want, and you apply for a job that way. So that's what I was thinking. So then they can't say, oh, this was our idea, just steal your things, forget about you. You know, if you explain your product to them, then they can't say it was their idea because you have a patent to prove it was your idea. Right? I'll finish this. So they always do a lot of these now. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking this is old, you know? So there could be lots of other information in here that's interesting. So protocols, Windows, technical, level gun remote is this. But if we were to minimize this, what else? Nothing else. Maybe not a lot. So let's complete. We read that. In-packet installation. So we can see that we have a lab later here. So right now we're getting information that we will use later.
Yes, but if someone copies my product, it is to my advantage because I have software for it that is more profitable. License, patent only prohibits the use of online live thread meal without a subscription, with intern is bannable.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want, as you told me you want to move to the US, right? So if you apply for a job, showing them images and like the design of your inventions and say, I want to work for you developing my product. I will sell this to you and you employ me or whatever thing you want to do or think of. Then you could probably get a job there now, right? And then you will also move there to work. That's what I'm thinking. So then you don't have to do this school thing that you were talking about. So if you already have all the knowledge and don't need to go to school anymore, you can just apply to a company that you think would want to keep developing your product and like that kind of thing. Or you can use it as a project that you do on the side, but to prove your knowledge and apply for a job. Not keeping it all yourself, your project, but just showing it as an example of what you can do. So so in-packet. I'm sure we have in-packet already, right? But they're talking attack bugs. So we already have in-packet. In-packet can be quite fussy when it comes to some modules with an RPC Pi. Because of this, we recommend using the TryHackMe attack bugs. This will make the exploit run faster. Additionally, we can attempt to provide
Yes,
better
can use my
support.
product online, but you can also do it yourself and register only the serial number for the license to use online.
So I didn't fully understand. You mean that people can build it themselves and use your software with a serial number and license?
Yes.
Okay. So I think most people would want you to build the thing for them. I don't think most people who would want like a virtual reality actual thingy where you can jump and almost fly now, right? And build. They wouldn't want to build it themselves. They would want you to build it for them. Mm. This will make the exploit one faster. Additionally, we can attempt to provide better support via the attack box. Additionally, we're going to be using a new virtual environment to install Unpack. So we have Van virtual environment, Unpack it, and
Yes, if someone likes and wants to build themselves without renting hardware from me.
yeah. Mm. So people don't buy it, they rent it from you? Is that how it works usually? So I'm thinking, should we put this in the in the notes for Impact? I don't know how much notes of Impact I
Then it can
have.
be used offline.
Okay. So, wiki do we have Impact? I'm quite sure I do have notes that are not just so starter Windows, SMB server, Secret Stomp, and PSX. Or that's in the starter Windows. Get to the gene downloads Impact. So Windows, it's in Windows. I should have looked. That's also in Windows. So let's just add here that we can probably already there. Yeah. Um, Set up virtual so I'm assuming this is already done in Kali, that we don't have to do anything. But in case we have those notes saved, obviously not installed either there. After executing, or will we install it in the virtual environment?
Because the license allows to collect donates for other users, the serial number must be registered so that way the streamer online does not steal money from viewers.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, you have quite a complicated system there. So, um, so your company that you have for this, it's quite profitable. I mean, you buy all the new parts for the new ones, and you buy new computer hardware and everything, right? So are you living off this money? Is it like profitable for you? You can just, I mean, you could just expand the size of your company too. Should be placed within. Yeah, so here's activate. Uh, so the suggestion there. Yeah, I don't think this is necessary now. So we'll see. If it is, we'll have to go back. I'm sorry for my throat. It's really let's just it doesn't help really. Wait. So there. Oh, Puck and you. Proof of concepts are incredibly important to every exploit. Without them, the exploits are almost entirely theoretical. Fortunately, Secura was able to provide a working proof of concept for Zero Logon. That was 90% of the way there. Simply need to make an additional call to change the password to a null value. Recall figure 3 from task 1. Secura was even kind enough to give us a method that we need to call. Netar set netar server password set to. Looking up the method within the Microsoft documentation, which I guess this is a link to. It's very similar to Net Server Authenticate 3, so we're going to reuse some of the same variables from that, as well as the structure. Analyzing the pack. Before we continue any further, we should download the pack from
Because if, for
Secura.
example, you are playing with multiplayer and 3 players bot and gave donate for 3 other viewers, the streamer can't take these donates from multiplayer game.
If you're playing with a multiplayer and 3 player bot and give donate for 3 other viewers. So, as I don't know anything about how the game works, I don't have the background information to understand what you say. But you're playing a multiplayer game, and the money given
That's why the
that's
serial
where it's
number of the
going
VR treadmill is live.
in. So one player gives something to another. One player bought and gave donate to 3 other viewers. So those 3 players, are they viewers then? I don't understand the connections. Viewers, players. So they're streaming. This person who has this your VR device, they are streaming. They who have the VR treadmill. I mean, is it on Twitch they stream? Is it in some special
It's like
thing?
different donation goals.
So you mean they can donate to other viewers or to the player they are watching then? Or are they all the players in the same game and they are donating to 3 viewers that are watching them all? I just don't understand all the connections in it. So as I don't know, I haven't played any VR games at all, so I don't know if you mean that they're like streaming it on Twitch, like a thing I know, right? Or if it's something totally different. So we're
This
getting the
is only for
unable to
giving
charge
maybe for
again.
viewers.
Yeah, it sounded like that, but you said 3 players bought and gave donate for 3 other viewers. And when you say other viewers, I think you meant viewers for the first 3 ones too? Did you mean that they are also playing with a VR treadmill And there are actually 4 VR threadmills that are playing together with 3 viewers. And 3 of the players bought something for the viewers, and this
Because
money
there are
should not go
multiplayer
to the
games.
main. Yeah, it should not go to the main person we're talking about there. Yeah, you don't have to explain it all. It's okay. I don't have to know everything about it. So we're going to download this. Um, Rather, we have already downloaded it. It's here available for us whenever we need it. So zero login, secure BB. Let's actually GitHub. GitHub. So now we got this instead. I don't know why they would send a raw link. That's annoying. But it's here, so we can close that down.
VR treadmills. You can use it in 1000 different ways, and when you do it online and a donation comes in, you can't take it privately.
Why? Uh, and what kind of donation is it that you mean? If you want to explain, you don't have to. VR. The Python script uses the Impact library to test vulnerability for the zero-logon exploit. It attempts to perform the NetLogon authentication bypass. The script will immediately terminate when successfully performing the
Because the license says
bypass.
it's for viewers on giveaway.
Uh, I don't know why it was cut, that message, but it was read, so. Oh, it's because you use too many of the words that free viewers on something. They use those for the spam messages. That's why it was removed. Viewers on might be enough there. I'll have to decide if I want that to disappear every time. So, um,
Yesterday I
mm, so we'll terminate the not performing in NetLogon operation. The main controller is patched. The detection script will give up after sending 2000 pairs of RPC calls and conclude the target is not vulnerable, with a false negative chance of 0.04%. Python 3.7, no old stuff, nice. And this will be updated. The README updated 2 years ago, but this is 4 years old, so it's not updated. And I guess it was patched. So when we start our test machine later, yeah, let's look at the code. So now we don't have the raw, we can see the nice colors. So max attempts 2000. And for some reason they have this cut out here. The script may seem quite daunting at first, but it's quite simple if you think Back to figure 1 from task 1, you'll quickly see it all starts to fit together. Let's start by breaking the pocket down. We're going to so there is this all the code. Let's just quickly look at it. Yeah, it's a very short one. Do you remember the scroll bar that had on the 4,500 lines one? This is short. So we import a lot of stuff from Impacket and other stuff like bin ASCII, subprocess, systime, socket, hashlib, hmac. Fail message. Try zero authenticate. It worked. Perform attack. And here we have the start. If name main. If not, if we don't have enough arguments, show a little message and exit. If we have the arguments, so they are required. I don't like scripts that have arguments that are this short, so a lot of the script is just handling the arguments. It's better to have variables at the top of the script. So for running this, you still need the tiniest bit of programming being able to replace a variable.
I'm going
right?
to the shop. Can I buy you something to your beer for someone viewer? Smile, smile.
Yeah. You can get me some ice cream. That would be good. So have a nice walk or bike ride or car or whatever you go by to the store.
Epsilon 011235 says. Bit early for beer in the USXD.
Yeah, so I'm in Sweden and he's in Denmark, and here it's 17:14, so it's just. So I don't drink beer though. So. Oh. I kinda gave up on waking the kid up. So he has a real hard time going to bed right now. He's autistic, so that's the reason. And yeah, in a few days we go into the country
XD.
house, so it's
Translated from Spanish.
a bit of a mess. Billy Cola, Sarah, do that. Thanks, Yara. You'll just have to deliver it. How a few hours delivery time? It's quite far from me to Denmark. So map Earth. Yeah, 3D Sweden.
Haha, my flight to Germany is 9 to 11 hours depending on direction, so that might be similar.
Yeah, so I live here, and Denmark is here, so it's relatively close, if you look, but it's still, quite some bit here. It's they're quite clear to be seen like this. So it's not like I live in the north of Sweden, at least. Yeah. So we're close to Ukraine. Shouldn't forget about Ukraine. To care about them.
I'd always wanted to visit Scandinavia when I still lived in Germany a couple of years ago, but it seemed far
Ah,
away and I never got around to it.
okay. So where did you used to live? In Germany somewhere. So you know me, if you lived here, it was easy to go to Scandinavia, like 2 meters over the border. I mean, so it all depends.
I used to live in the very south near the Alps, south of Munich. Smile smile.
Okay, let's see, where's Munich? I have no idea. I think I might have been to Hamburg. Was that where I was? I've just been to Germany once.
Southeast.
So I think we should be able to see it like this, right? So now we're on a flat map. It's not a round one anymore, right? It feels flat. So southeast.
It's really far south.
Yeah. I'm thinking it sounds like, oh, so south. I'm just checking the messenger. So somewhere here in the very south edge here, then southeast. Then it's quite far.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. So it would have been far over here too. Mm. So when we're on the globe thing, Sweden looks kind of big there compared. I was thinking it was just because on a flat map, when we're
Well,
more in
now
the
I live
north.
in Tennessee, so that's a whole different animal now. XD.
Yeah, so now we have to spin the thing. That's quite far. So we can't make it go. Yeah, it's upside down now. Ha 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 ha. So you can make it go like sideways. Look. Now we have it like approximately normal. Still a bit. Something like this, I think we usually see it. Rolling the ball. Oh, now it's so sideways. Ah, let's forget about the globe for a bit. Ah, yeah. So you miss your chance. Now it's more expensive to travel, mostly, right? Even if you feel like you're quite close to some place, you still have to do it. Then that's might be the toughest thing to do. So let's check a few functions here. So what this is running, it is running perform attack, and it's using the DC name, IP name. Well, this is the DC name combined with this. Why they don't do this in the function? That's a good question. Come on. I'm trying to scroll by not scrolling, by just clicking because I was on the map. So perform attack. Performing authentication attempts. RPC con connection, I guess. Known. Attempt in range, max attempt, so we'll try it 2000 times by default. Try to authenticate, will then return the connection if it works. Okay. And it sends on the DC handle, DC IP, and target computer. and then we know if it was a success or fail. So this doesn't really do anything. And then we have the DC handle, which is just the target name with a few slashes at the start. Binding equals EPM. So EPM is part of in-packet DC ERPC v5. Hept map DC QUID and RPC protocol and CAC and IPTCP. RPC con transport factory binding get DC RPC connect bind connect use all zero challenge and credentials, so everything is zeros. Flags observed from Windows 10 client with only the second seal flag disabled. Send challenge and authentication request. Net our service rec challenge. So we're just using the Microsoft names here. So and if it's not zero, it worked. No, if it doesn't crash, it's a try here. Then it worked. And if it didn't work, we get an error. Yeah, I don't think it's pretty when this is how it works, but I can accept it. If it's this code, it's a special case, return known. And otherwise it's an unexpected error. So that's all of it. Yeah, so we need to add stuff to this to actually do anything. And they talked about reusing variables, right? So let's see what they say. Let's check out this, they say, and we did. I read that. Import the modules. MISC libraries are also imported. Bacon libraries are star of the show here. Yeah, and they hop back to main to the bottom first too. And here we can see again now it's just the DC name plus with all the slashes, backslashes. And next we skip down to the very bottom of the script. This is some other variables, so it will make sense later. Line 1 is essentially declaring the main function within Python. Line 2, we're checking the amount of parameter and ensuring that it's exactly 3 to 5. Yeah, help. So I already read the script. Should we do this anyway? After the arguments are passed, this name was stripped of the dollar character. So I didn't read that, but it is. As a DC name variable shouldn't have it. The user account name should, however. Afterwards, it's possible there are two variables and an additional modified variable into the perform attack. Perform attack, yeah. it's like, yeah, I read this already. Line 1 is defining where the variables are being passed into for the local function. DC name is being passed into the DC handle variable, DC IP is being passed into the DC IP variable, and DC name is passed into target computer variable, all of which will be used later or passed into different modules. Line 4 sets a variable rccon equal to known. This will be kept track of consistently to check to see whether authentication is successful. If it is not, the script will continue until 2000 retries is hit. Line 5 is where the actual retries for like 0 logon occurs in the form of for loop. Line 6 sets rccon variable to access a different function called try0authenticate with a couple of variables being passed to it. Specifically, DC handle. I'm just checking the water here. There. DCIP, target computer, all of which we addressed earlier. The next lines are simply checking if rccon is equal to right. Login attempt. And if not, yeah, so I've already read this. Yeah. The only thing that might be interesting to get more information on, they don't have any text, is defining try0authenticate function and is making the previously mentioned 3 variables as input and is passing them into the function. Line 3 to 6 are establishing a bind and a session within an RPC or TCP IP so that we can communicate with the domain controller. Line 1 and 2 are established 2 new variables, plaintext and ciphertext, containing the 16 bytes of null, which will be used to exploit the serial logon vulnerability. Line 4 contains a variable called flags. This is the default flags observed for the Windows 10 client using ASCII FB8 with a sign and seal that's disabled. Source credit secure. Line 6 is where the fun begins. This is where step 1 begins in figure 1. The client creates a net R server rec challenge containing the following information required by the Microsoft documentation. Yeah, so we have that. Oh. Primary name being the DC handle, the computer name being the computer name, target computer, and the client challenge being 16 bytes of null. And the client will receive back, which will be used in figure 1, step 2. So I'm kind of thinking I should drink more water. I'll start to get ahead. I should drink. I just checked on the YouTube stream and it seemed odd, but whatever. So the reason why I poured my water from this bottle to the other one is because you can drink quicker in this. But that water didn't sound. It's been in this bottle since yesterday. It's tasted like plastic. I'm going to go get some new water. I'll be right back. Should we TTS this? No, this is not a good TTS thing. I'll just grab some water. baby. Jag vet, jag gav lite upp Linus. Om han har lagt sig senare än 8 borde han ändå kunna gå och väcka, men det verkar inte
He's been
så.
asleep for so long.
Yes, jag håller med.
Why does he keep on sleeping for like fucking 10 hours?
Det var typ 14 timmar någon dag. Men han har ju sovit kort. Igår sov han 5 timmar.
Not that short.
Jo, det är kort. Oh. Vad gulligt.
Yeah, very gooey.
Du är inte hungrig igen, eller? Behöver du med mat?
Maybe in a few hours. This is disgusting.
Yes.
Can you clean this?
På bänken?
I don't know. That too.
Nej, jag kan ta lite. Vart... Jag tänkte säga en sak, gubbe.
Yeah.
Att nu åt du ju pizza och sen åt du det här. Och det är ganska mycket ost. Det finns ju... Det är inte jättenyttigt att äta jättemycket ost. Och smör och sånt. Så vi behöver ha lite mer variation. Jag vet att det är svårt att komma på saker.
I know.
Vi behöver komma på med nyttiga saker. Så vi gör en shopping lite till landet också. Vi ska ha för mat som vi köper på vägen. Och sånt. Okej. Våffla?
No.
Ja, du ska stoppa in. Bra gubben. Jag går upp. Jag ska till gubben. So, I have to make some packing later. Pack clothes for the trip. So I read that. Line 8 up to try. We'll see the rest of that in a few lines. But in line it's where we actually attempt to exploit the serial Lagan vulnerability. This will be figure 1, step 3. So let's look here. It's much more readable, right? So they're not talking about line 8 in the script. They're talking about line 8 in this. No, just in there a little bit they cut out. What? So let's not think about the line numbers here because they're really odd. Right. Just checking that I have audio on. So we actually have some more information than what we have here. So we got a headache and my nose is a bit stuffed, so I'll try and see if nose spray. Maybe. Yeah, so this is not the most healthy day. I ate popsicles and now taking a bit of chocolate. We didn't look at the Microsoft documentation, did we? Did we? So this one is this one with all the things. It's annoying to get a headache. I don't know why. Odd. It might be just that my nose is odd. And that would mean allergies probably. So, so let's actually just read this. We have net server rec challenge. Net server rec challenge. But this is out and this is in. And this thing, yeah, net server rec challenge. And here they're just in one bunch, out and in. So why would they complicate things by splitting it up so it looks odd? I don't know. So that's a password. That's authenticate. So first, before the try, this one is run, and we null terminate the strings here. Plain text, which is only Yeah, that one is already just nulls. But also, let's see what type it is. Yeah, so this is string. So 1 comma, 2 comma, 3 comma. And here we have 3 things. So they don't work exactly the same. So let's look at the script instead, where we can see all the things. So here is this, and we have this up here. It's smart enough to actually show us, right? So we have already connected here, and this is what we're sending in as the first one. That's why they don't match in the number of arguments. Hmm. So we've only been going for 43, but I guess I'm not in top shape still from being sick. Uh, I'll just continue ignoring. It's annoying though to get a headache, and my brain is like, take it easy now, because that's probably what it should, right? Whatever. Plaintiffs and suffragettes continue 60 minutes. So we have the connection in both. Then we have logon server handle primary name. This is the one with the slashes. It's null terminated in both. And then we have the computer name in both, plus null termination. So both of these are strings, so they are terminated. And then we have, in this one, we have plain text. So this is this one. And nRPC logon secure channel type server secure channel. And then they don't have any space here, which makes it odd. But if we scroll down here, the third argument here is channel type, and that's the one here that ends there, the type. Then we have target computer null, so the next one should be a string there, computer name. Then we have netlogon credential and flags. So credentials is the ciphertext, which just nulls to, and the flags that we looked at. So it all looks logically nice. I'm thinking, should I get a headache pill? They're downstairs. I have to get downstairs. Oh, why not? We supply the DC handle. If it doesn't just stop soon. I drink a lot of water and I will do it. Sorry for keeping talking about it. So let's not read it when we already just went through it. Yeah, their text is not perfect, I guess, to me. It's easier to just read the code. So, line 1, since we didn't read this. Yeah, we did, right? Line 1 is retrieving error code from several variable. Our variable is assigned to establish authentication session with target device. If successful, we're going to return the RPCon variable, which will inform us that we have successfully bypassed authentication with serial login. Right, assert. Yeah. So that's why I started reading, but it didn't really say what I wanted it to. So let's quickly do Python assert. Test if the condition is true. Otherwise, we'll get an error, assertion error. So this will raise an error. That is an assertion error. So it is not this, not this. So line 1 is retrieving the error code from the server. Whatever, I read that right. End of transmission, what's next? Yeah, so we need to add something. And this order is to proof of concept. It's not some giant scary monster. Yeah. It even successfully exploits the zero login vulnerability for us, but it stops and doesn't do anything. So how do we proceed? Good question. Next, we need to take a look at the Microsoft documentation itself and see what we can do to interact with NRPC itself. If you're not familiar with NRPC and you're not technical, that technical of an individual, back to the last step in task 1, figure 3. Hint, it tells us what we need to do. That's it. All mean, duck? Eh? What's it all mean, duck? Well. After going back and peeking at figure 3 of task 1, we're searching how to reset the password of our RDP. Yes, I remember what they said. Why should I go back? You should have come across the following document. So, it's already open. Why would we open it again? The document outlines what information is required, as a password over RPC. The following information is required to do so. And we have already seen how to send information, right? And they were quite similar. Let's see if we... So we have a string, which is primary name. Then we have account name, security channel type, computer name, and then we have different things. The one has client credentials, server credentials, and that's authenticate. And this one has authenticator and return authenticator out afterwards, and clear new password in. So, and this one had the server credential and account RID out. So when we sent it stuff, we just skipped these two, right? So if we do the same here, we just skip this line because that's what gets returned. So we just need the authenticate thingy from before. I'm assuming that what we get out here must be there. We will see what they say. Yeah, authenticator and clear new password value. They're documented from Microsoft, so let's look at the authenticator first. Netlogin credential, and the word timestamp. Suddenly we hit another unknown Netlogin credential. And does have documentation for this as well. Oh, big surprise, right? Digging into the structures of stuff. It structs. From the documentation, Netlogin credential can take 8 bytes of data. The second bullet point outlines that the data field carries 8 bytes of encrypted data specified in the Netlogin credential computation. Fortunately, we know this value. Thanks to Serialgun, it's 8 bytes of zeros. In terms of the timestamp, it's a D-word value. So it can either be a 1 or a 0. 0 sounds perfectly fine to me. Fine to me. In order to change the password, the Microsoft documentation states that the Netlogin password consists of 712 bytes of random padding minus the length of the password. So junk plus password were the last 4 bytes indicating the length of the password, totaling 516 bytes. Oh. Someone wanted to buy something from me that I sold during the weekend, so I have to make a no, I can't do that now. I'll have to do it later. Yeah. We can simply put all zeros and make a null password. 0 bytes password. But we can work towards creating our own custom password, but once again, for simplicity, it's all zeros. Level up. Now that we know the required argument to change the password for an RPC, we actually have to implement it in Python. We need to take a look at an RPC Py module with an impact to see the required structure for how we can craft a net or server password set to set def. So clear new password blob authenticator, and the rest are just the same ones. As expected, most of the field names are the same as what the Microsoft provide, except with some differences, like clear new password blob, blah blah. Next, we know how to structure out the authenticator portion as well. Netlogin authenticator. Structure credential timestamp. A little bit different. We'll adjust accordingly when we go to slot it into the pack. But while we're talking about slotting it into the pack, where will our Added code go. Let's go immediately before return RPCon on line 45. So let's hop back over to the code, and here's where the return is. So try zero authenticate, and yeah, I don't want to have it selected. It's annoying. So still selected. What if I select an empty line? No. So perform attack. This is where it returns, and then it's where it does it. Print equals and flush true. Okay, that's for the loop. So else break. So if it is not, but if it is something, it's break. So this is really where we could do it, I'm thinking. Yeah, we just need to add a function to do here. Or afterwards. Because it should return this rather. Yeah, if we were like lazy to put it in try zero authenticate, that sounds bad and not very pretty. So when we have a confirmation that it worked, that's when we go back and don't. We're still attacking, but we perform the attack either here. We have to have the value, right? But it is returned. It's not like we're not returning it. It's returned here, so we will have it. And it will be in the RPCon variable, so we can just continue using it here. It's just if it's not, that it's special. So I would say line between 66 and 67 rather. This is where we know we have successful authentication. We want to grab that before we return to the previous function and terminate the RPC connection. Now that we know all the required information that we'll need to add to our POC, we'll save you the painstaking effort of writing your own code. Painstaking, no. And you can use the pre-written code below. The above explanations should help aid in understanding it, yeah. So they will just have so that's cool. So instead of calling a function that the way they've done it before, now I almost have to try both ways. Because this is not how the other code did it. They make a new thing here, a variable, new pass request, and then they set information. And then they send it with RPC request instead of using RPC con like a part of it. So the way it was done before is that RPC con was here as a first first argument here and there. When we're calling an RPC dot. But now we're calling RPC con dot instead. And an RPC is just here. So I want to know both ways now. But first I have to go check and see if my kid woke up. Can't just give up, right? Maybe I'll grab a headache pill too while I'm moving. I'll just drop this there for now. So, this week, finally. And I got headache pills. So, yeah, so we need to decide which machine we should run this on. And it's Python. Let's just continue the last bit. At this point, the code should be good to go, and you should be able to successfully split zero login. If you're still having issues, yes, I thought this is code probably, and why have it? And why do the raw thing? That's so annoying. To change passwords. So, what are the required fields for the method per the Microsoft documentation? Gonna make my own one, right? So, and then this one is out, so it doesn't matter. No? What did they mean then? What are the required fields for the method? Did I click the wrong one? No. So, primary name, account name, security channel type, computer name, authenticator. So did they actually bring this one in there? That's not right. But it's not always right, so if this is right, the answer is it's bad. No, it's not right. Good. So, oh god. So we do one thing at a time. That was okay, right? I guess I type it. Account name, comma, secure channel type, comma, computer name, comma, authenticator, comma, and I'm gonna paste the darn long thing. return authenticator, comma, clear new password, submit. So it is the exact same thing that I pasted. This is a problem. This is a problem you can't paste. What up number is the method? 30. Modify the park. Yeah, we have the thing there. I'm gonna modify it more. So we need to start the machine. Time to play. Now that you learned about zero login, it's time to put your newfound skills to the test and exploit this vulnerable domain controller. I'm just checking time of stream. After you get done, if you want to play around some more, instead of terminating the machine, you can simply issue the following command to reset the machine back to its original state. PowerShell xcc reset computer machine password. If you're confused on how to issue the command, you can simply pass the local admin hash with evilwinrm to gain command execution. You can do so with the following command: evilwinrm. So, maybe we should play with that too. What is the netbase name of the domain controller? So we have lots of questions. What's the root flag? So we got a guided tour of this. Now we're going to use it. Yeah. Now the only question we have still is, will Impacket work? Which I'm assuming, but it's with the script. So I'm assuming that this is the one who made the room. TryHackMe. Oh well, whatever it says. Here we have the virtual environment instruction again. Hey, they have pip3 here. I was thinking that with the instruction that it wasn't pip3. Yeah, so I'm a bit tired still. So
SQ00KY/0 logon exploit. Add file. This branch is 14 commits ahead of, 14 commits behind secure BB/CVE 2020-1472 master. Zero logon exploit. A Python script that uses the Impacket library to exploit zero logon, CVE 2020-1472. It attempts to perform the netlogon authentication bypass. The script will currently change the password to a null value. When a domain controller is patched, the detection script will give up after sending 2,000 pairs of RPC calls and conclude the target is not vulnerable, with a false negative chance of 0.04%. Installation. The installation instructions are as follows. apt install Python 3 env. Python 3 env Impacket
Yeah,
TNV.
it's
Source
not a good idea to guessing. And also, why was it so loud? So before I know that I have some settings on this one. And I was like, why did I have the volume not the full? Now I know, right? Because I had other stuff.
Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page text to audio. It works on a variety of websites, including news sites, blogs, fanfiction, publications, textbooks, school.
So there. So this instruction is probably newer. No, it's not 5 years. It's the same age. And I don't think we'll ever use this one again because all machines will be patched, right? But it's a cool test, and we're learning a bit about running. Actually, what functionality impact it is giving us. Functionality to run this kind of thing. That's quite nice, right? Hmm. What is the NetBIOS name of the domain controller? What is the name of the network? What domain are you attacking? Dot local, maybe? It's not track. Local administrator. Uh, until how many domain admin accounts are there? What is the root? This is a bit of stuff to check out. So we're currently doing actually the 80 rooms. We just paused for doing the ones that are expiring or actually expired now. But I think if I switch paths, I won't be able to get back to this one. And it's still there. I wrote down the rooms, but as we're still actively on this path. If we go to the dashboard here, and it still gives us the next room in the path, we're going to do this one, finish it. And I can even view paths still. So it does say it is retired, or yeah, retired actually, and no longer available. And they recommend this one, which is very much basic compared to what we're doing, right? um, but we have these. Yeah, this is not at all the same thing as Cybersecurity 101. So we have basics of stuff, but it's basics of stuff that I don't know. I know a little bit about Splunk. There's 80 stuff in this one too. Attacking Kerberos. Then it's volatility and forensic stuff here that I definitely need to know more about. And then we have malware analysis. So this path is much cooler than Cybersecurity 101, which I did in like 3 seconds. So compare this to, this is actually, yeah. Not the same level. But I guess it just always would point at the base one. I don't know. Maybe it's sad that I didn't do it before it expired. We won't get a like certificate that it's finished this time. But I still want all the knowledge. If you're confused on how to issue the command, you can simply... Ah, yeah. I was just like reading the last instructions here. Okay. So I'm like, the machine is on the top right, but there's some odd video there that we don't want to click. Here we have the IP. Now let's see if we can do this without running the virtual environment. Right. Actually gonna exit that one. So we have a fresh new one. So this is a box. Let's start it with anima. So and start as if it was a normal machine. We just happen to know how to get into it. So let's make a I have a directory that is called something like exploits. And I also have all of my history. This is a quite new one. We could have code too. We could have done code. So let's check what the CVE was. Because if we find this one again and we need to like use it, which I don't think we will, but then this is how we will know what to do, right? So I'm gonna grab the I clicked the wrong button. Instead of copy raw, I clicked raw. That's why. So why would you have a stupid banner? So bad people making banners. We don't want banners. It takes space in the code. Yeah, it is there. That's so stupid. I'm sorry for saying that, but that's how I feel about banners. But also about very simple scripts like this having arguments. Yeah, so we're going to save this and it will color code it, predefine for us a bit. So I'm going to change this later. So we read all the code already. So here is the new bit that I don't like where they placed it. So I'm just like, this is ugly. Sorry. It's good. It's good. It's just me that's not liking it. So what was here before was an assert that they just removed. Now I'm going to change this. So after the flags, yeah. So this is the bit that they put here, right? I'm sorry for not switching screens all the time. I'm just copying the link instead in here. So this is when I think that the person who did this don't know what they're doing, which it's not a good feeling, right? This one was okay. This one is like, what did you do to the okay code? So we're going to grab this instead. So the other one was good. Also, we read all of this. We know all of it. So I'm just gonna quickly compare. This bit is the same. No, because this is what I was comparing to. Of course, yeah, so they removed a new empty line here that made it much more readable. And this is what made me switch, right? So we want this empty line here. We don't want it to be squished together. And they added an empty line in the if statement. I guess this is an if statement too, but in this case I think it was more useful as this is not the most readable thing. So this is a nice way to do it. I have not seen this before. So I usually, well, I do an if with these. If we don't use Python's built-in. This is a quite slim way actually. But it assumes the right format, that the IP is an IP. And that what we send it to will assume an IP address. Yeah, it will be a string, I guess. Yeah, so let's compare the rest, the perform attack function. So they made a new line here. They did. So this is just messages. They don't need it from me, but I'm okay with this. And here is what they changed. Now I'm going from the top, making sure there are no other changes in the top. So they had removed this space too, so I saw that once. And then I removed the banner, so we're going to, yeah. The original one, no banner. So then I was very annoyed at the banner. The banner is just in this one. This one doesn't have a banner. The actual thing, and they just added a few lines and added a banner. That's not just ugly, that's bad. Bad, guys. So, fail. They have added comments on these two lines bind to DC over RPC, that this connect to RPC, and that this one creates bind RPC. So there's no more text really, there's no more information than what the variable names already say. Oh well. And here they added comments. 2 hex states of 0. This is the original one, and the other one is a copy. I prefer the copy, but I think this is this is the original. Now we could change. We could check the dates of them. I don't care though. Flags, not the same. And then we're at the section where they removed this assert. We want the assert there. I don't know why they removed it. And the only thing we need is this, the RPC con, meaning this is a part of the attack we're making. It's supposed to be here, right? We have the RPC con variable here. This is where we do our thing. Yeah, I'm at the top of the page. Yeah, I grabbed the CVA number. That's why. That's why. Right. So we started Nmap. Let's check it out. Oops. What? I just tried to tab. So here we can see the machine. All the ports. I'm just reading all the text. So we have already the DC name and the. So these are the first questions. So it's Anselon. That's a bad paste. A rather bad copy. There. And then we're grabbing the name there. So hololive.local and DC01 is the machine name. And we definitely need this to do the attack, the name of the machine. So I'm gonna grab that back. Should we make box notes for this? It is a box after all, and we will have to like check a few things out at least. It's just a root flag. We have the POC in the room. It's not like it's complex. But it's always good to have notes for things you did, right? So let's TryHackMe, new folder. Zero logon. And the O is a zero. DC1 Holo Live is what this is called. So it already told it all there. We could have answered these questions from the name of the VM in there. That's a bit funny. So let's rename. Zero logout. So zero info. One map because we did it. I'm just grabbing the end map. 255 seconds. So I want to continue our report scanner too, but not today. I need to progress in these. So first of all, we needed the machine name to do the next step. We can also like see basic info. So I'm a bit curious to check what's on port 80. Should we do it? No, let's see what's there. Did it notice I clicked? Yeah. So, what did I pay? Copy. Too much stuff. But actually, 10, 10, 232, 150 was in there. And we'll burp on. So, Hololive. Lorem Ipsum. They actually made a web page for it too. Welcome. September 2020. Welcome to Hololive. So we already know what to do. I'm just curious because it had port ID and a little IS there. So let's grab that bit. And we also actually want the IP. So 10, 10, 2, should we like care about setting this? I guess in the host file. Yes, we do, right? So this one I did not copy. So you can see it's a very new one. New VM. My old VM has a long list. Um, I guess we do uppercase. I'm thinking. Should we do that too? Don't think it's a problem doing it anyway. So, 2. Exploit given. So we're gonna put the Python file here, and we're gonna give the URL to find the original. So that's the Serologon tester. Copy, paste. And now we have it like quite prettily there. We need to add a way to get in, not just test. Suggested code is, and we're going to put their code here without the bad stuff, just the one from the TryHackMe room. Yeah, I kind of thought so. So there. Oh gosh. So I'm just gonna check to see one thing here. Yeah, I have lots of messages.
Owen says, how do you find the base address for LabEC when the server is enabled using the LSB of the return address?
Yeah, so I'm not that advanced yet. I'm about to try and learn that. So we started looking a bit at a few CTF challenges where there was actually ASLR and stuff running, but it didn't get anywhere yet. So that's something to research, check into. So, one place to learn things is Phone College. Phone.college. And that's actually a university, so, or a college. Uh, I'll just take 2 seconds more and check what my family wrote here. I have like 30 messages. Uh, so let's see. So there, I'm done. Oh right, I need to check the shelter. Yeah, it's done. So, Avon, Avon, Avon. What are you working on? So I'm always curious, you know. It has to be ethical. Hmm. So we're going to ChatGPT. I have this code and this. I see the discrepancy in the function call. Can we use the above method for the lower two? I would assume we can. And I'm just gonna grab the first code too. So there. So I would assume it looks very similar to these. And that we just send along. Oh, I didn't mean to tab. We send along RPC count the same way. And just put the variables here. But I'm not sure if we should do that. But I think it's cleaner, much cleaner call. I think the first way is much cleaner, and I would prefer to use it. So let's see what it says. Yes, you can absolutely use the same style for the Ah, it did it the backwards. D. Let's see. I don't think that's clean. That's horrible. This is horrible. This is clean. Yeah, but that means we could do it the opposite way, of course. Yeah. Yeah, the password. So we can just do this. Yes, if the in-packet NRPC module exposes a helper, you can absolutely call it that way. But I asked you the question. Here's the catch. Might not be implicated as I asked you. Find out. um, this was my question. Please answer. So it's not in NRPC, so we can't do it. Yeah, so we need to use this way. You can use a manual method for both, but you cannot use a shorthand method. So that's why we do it this way then. So they might have thought the same way I did. We can still make prettier code. We can always not trust it too. It didn't even Google. I didn't see any search or anything in that. So suddenly it just knew. Right? Let's actually check it up manually too. So, in packet NRPC. And what we want is and I'm gonna also grab the name of the one that we know is in there, right? So yes, and I've been in there. Looks okay, sure. I don't remember that. So we're going to search for the one we want. So it's there. Let's see what it says. I think you're wrong. I can confirm that a helper file does exist. Haha. So I shouldn't have. You shouldn't believe ChatGPT, right? So I should have just Googled it instead, because ChatGPT gave us the wrong answer. Yeah. So we have what we're supposed to send there. So now we can do it this prettier way. Well, I wouldn't put it all on different lines. Enhances code readability and maintains consistency against your implementation. Authenticator, Netlog authenticator. Yeah, that might be useful. Authenticator. Populate the authenticator. Yeah. So let's see how this code does it. So Netlog authenticator, and then it populates it. Yeah. So this is what we'll still have to do. So, but instead of this code, this is why we're in there, in RPC Pi. So why did they reference this and then do the bad way? Because they like the bad way. So let's just make it our way. Let's do it our way instead. I have to tab to it too. There. So we try and connect, try zero authenticate, and when we have managed to do that, this is when we're here. But I'm going to switch it around. Meaning the break will be there. And while it's still trying, it will just be in the else, because this is what we want. So this is, now I almost did a C comment. Still trying. Connected. So there. Here we're gonna put the line, and we're going to use this format nrpc dot online. Right, they have split it up on several lines. This is their way. So we have server auth there too. Yeah, let's look at the docs, because I'm thinking we can use that. So what is returned here is this netlogon credential, right? P-netlogon credential, and this is a P-netlogon authenticator that's required. So it's not the same thing. Here's a netlogon credential. the password one, the authenticate one. So this is already finished, this stage. So let's read more about the return value. This text is not extremely readable, is it? It pointed to a networking credential structure as specified in section. So that's why I didn't find it, because I was looking at the bottom as this is in the end. So it started with those things. So this is applied client credentials, and this is the return server credentials. On receiving this call, server must perform the validation steps. Account permitted name. Yeah, so we don't really need to research it, as we already have a, like, this is how to do it thing. So we're going to grab this is how they did it, and we're going to make it ours. And this is after the try server all. They just put it right there. They skipped the confirmation. They still have the max attempts in here. I'm like, where's the loop? So it said that you need to try several times, for this to work. That's why we have this. Okay, the loop is in the next one. For attempt, okay. Yeah, so that's why. Anyway, it's nice to know. Right. So we're not going to put it here, because I don't think that's nice. We're going to put it here. And as we're going to make it differently, we're going to make a new line instead. And this is still accurate, because we need to build this. This is not really a part of this at all. So this could be a global thing if we wanted to. We're still just doing it once because we are connected here, so it is okay. So we're making a an RPC NetLogon authenticator. Like that too. And I was just going to look for this, and then I saw it's in there in the code, right? So we don't need to. And clear new password blob, but I prefer doing it in here. It's much nicer. So I'm going to copy this one to its suggestion, and we're going to merge everything and make it pretty and nice. And let's also, I don't know why it, so we read all the information, so we know why they used this, right? We know why this is used. And this information should be the same as this, as I gave ChatGPT this as saying I don't want this way of calling it. So, but we still need to confirm everything. I should have done code instead of mousepad, but now we're here and it's working, so, right? So, we have DC handle, it's a privacy name, account name, target computer. Then we have the type, so a secure channel. Then we have this. And why did they put auth in the wrong place? But let's check our docs. And we have primary name, account name, secure channel type, computer name, and then authenticator, not the other way around. So I don't know why they put it in this right order here. It's like so I was clicking home and my browser, I tapped in my browser. So that's the order it's supposed to be. So this is correct. So target computer, the computer name, just adding null for string termination. Then we have auth. Ours is called auth. And then we have the clear new password that I might actually use a separate one anyway, because
8 raiders from 0 day 3301 have joined. Fixerbot says.
welcome
Welcome
in,
raiders.
welcome in.
0 day 3301 brought 8 friends to the party. Go drop them a follow.
Welcome in, everybody. Thank you very much for the raid, Saturday. Welcome in. We're playing with this. And I'm just
0 day
thinking.
3301 says. Hello, smile, smile.
So I'm thinking we're going to make a variable of this. We can actually prepare to do something else with it. For now, let's just put it here by auth and change that to change that to lowercase c. And then we can delete all of these things. So, well, I think that's much prettier. And we break because we found what we were looking for. This is a TryHackMe room. Here. So it is 0 log on. It is 4 years old ish. And yeah, so I didn't like this, how this looked. So if we look in the original one, we can see that the call is different. If I don't scroll to the wrong place here. So here we have just nrpc dot and the function name and this is the way I wanted it. And we actually found it here. So it exists in nrpc. So we can use this. Here we can also check the variables names that they are correct. So this should work. Fixed array. They've changed something here. Now I'm curious. Where is this? On line 346. Plus 4. So this is where the new password is, and we read about this in the TryHackMe room. For the simplicity of this room, but it actually consists of 512 bytes of random padding plus the length of the password, with the 4 last bytes indicating the length of the password, totaling in 516 bytes. So we have 512 plus 4 here. Um, how are you doing? Everything good? Did you do some boxes? What did you do? Learn a lot, hopefully. So, I guess we should actually run it, but I'm thinking that this clear new password here, for now it's just nulls. Null, 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 this will be change later with actual password. So we need to just know how to do it first. And if we copy this and replace this and check that it's B there too, it's bytes. Yes. So it's my hobby. So I just deleted that and now I noticed this dollar character here. So I just want to confirm that this is what they had in their messy way of doing it. Yeah. So they remove it and then they add it back because there are arguments here stripping it. So if it has it, of course. So that's what their name is. So we need to update this in ours. What is the machine account password for the main controller? Note, DC name should be the NetBIOS computer name of the computer. And this one, which actually is what we have. Serial logon tester, right? So this is serial logon tester, and ours is called the CVE number. This is actually more accurate to us. Does not attempt to make any changes. So let's grab this line here. And let's change there. And this is CVE 2020 1472. So this is setting password to nothing. That's what we do. It's just a lot of zeros and everything. Zero length also. So time to run it, right? See if we can get access to the machine. And let's see, time 52 minutes. 1 hour 52 minutes. So we have a few questions at the end here that we need to answer. Local administrators and TLM hash. How many domain admin accounts are there? What is the red flag? This is what we need to get. And I'm not sure. So we will see. Yeah, let's make sure I saved it. Let's tab back here. And yeah, what did I click? Oh, I clicked S tab. Okay. Because I was like, what happened? I think I was clicking, I thought I was clicking Control tab to switch the tab. And obviously I did S tab instead of Control tab. Probably just missed the control and there was already an S there. So, let's LSLA. And we have our new one here. So we're going to, of course, small it. Yeah, let's do that. Easy thing to have in the history, right? Startup time. So this one's parameters, and I don't really like that. Should I remake it? It's not worth the time, is it? Right? So let's just run it and see if it shows arguments as it's supposed to. And now it's much harder to find, right? 2020 1472 it must be, right? I like this naming of them because then we can find them again later. If we're going for the same one, we don't have to redo it. And some of these have been converted from Python 2 and stuff. And this one I had 2 versions of. So this one didn't work probably. Or this one didn't work. I don't know which one, but so that's why one is called search point. So that's interesting. 20 14, right? And it should give us the use, DC name, DC IP. So let's run it again with DC 01 10 10 232. Am I right? 150. And now it's doing this. It's should be about 0 to 250 times, I think it said. Okay. So that was not that many attempts. I'm like, gadoon, gadoon, gadoon. So, did we set the account password to nothing on this now? So, did it work? That's too little output for me. What I'm thinking of is this is a computer account, right? Can computer account use SMB to confirm the account? Let's open a new tab. So let's just 132, 150, just to see we have still got a connection to the machine. Guest account disabled. Yeah, so now we happen to have an actual account. So let's try with no password, which is what it should have. And now let's try with something there. And then we get login failure. So we have the actual password. It was set to nothing. That is nice. So I'm gonna put that in my notes. Tabbing on the machine instead of here. So new note. Running the exploit. So in this one, we know what exploit to run, and it's all about explaining how it works. And confirming password. And this is what I have in my paste. So by checking with the correct password and a bad password, we now know that. So the password is nothing. It's nothing even. So it was set correctly. So I do want to play with this and see if we can set whatever password we want to using this, because nothing might not be the best thing to set it to. We will use, and because this is before actually copy, that's prettier, but it's not SH, it's Python. There. And the little comment there we can remove, change later to actual password. So I think this is much prettier. And then we have, so maybe this one can also be run as a function to network authenticator. Actually, let's search for this. But first, we can search for it. $346, right? Because I hopped there. This is what we want in the notes. No. $21.64. Yeah, $21.64. So there. Has the function exists in an RPC, and yeah, so there. And then we're gonna exploit code. I guess we put it here. Python, and I'm gonna copy the whole thing, paste it there. Then we're gonna grab output from the command line too. So, and this is the number of attempts it tried. So, yeah, I changed that. You could change the character too if you want to, whatever. Here we have the little equals. Actually, here it already has it, right? It's already done it. We added the code here. They put it. They removed this line and this line, and put their code there. I don't know why they removed the error message. Whatever. Tabbing on the wrong machine. So now I want to find this. This is a problem, of course. It's just here. Yeah. It's everywhere. So 18 of 48 matches. Here, class P netlogon, and here we have class netlogon. This is the one. This is the one. Credential. Actually, so though ChatGPT didn't know, I had to give it the URL for this file for it to. It was saying the opposite, and I said, I think you're wrong. Look here, and then it's like, oh yeah, you're right, you know. So it's there's no way it can be something else. Let's see, what did I just read? I wish I just could hop back to the same line. It's a class. So I want to know if there's anything more in this class. Is there a constructor? What is ndestruct? Let's give it a try. So I think you're wrong. I want this in one line. Is there a constructor for this? So we could just try stuff. Yeah, kinda thought so. but it's not sure, but it works. But we can try it. But we don't want to do it again, right? Should have done this before. So let's close that one now. So I don't think it's pretty to have this. If we can just put the data in here. So remember the right type. We've been doing a bit of Go and it uses C comments, so my brain is, and there was making Python comments. So replace at next run. Replace with less at next run. To do comments. So there. It knows what to do is. Nice. We're going to have to get into the machine now using these threads. The machine account is, you know, a good one. But I don't know this. I'm thinking I'll clean up a bit because we have so many files up that we can just close. And here's the not logon credential that we just changed. So better examples would be nice. Oh, it's a search. We want some of these in here, I'm thinking. So, and then we have the full code, we're running it, and we're confirming that the password is nothing. Now we need to get into the machine. But I'm kind of thinking what they want us to do. They gave us a hint. So, what is step 5? Find more things out. So, local administrators NTLM hash. So, first thing, can we just run things as this account? I don't think so. You think you can only use administrator here, but the computer account, is that not an admin? Right? So let's see a bit what we could see on the machine. So SMB is not the perfect thing. Let's close mousepad too. It's also, you know, in the background there, messing with things. Let's look at my Windows notes. So So we would just impact it here because this was the impact we used. Yeah, this is like really nice, right? Then we would get it. SMP server. Yeah, I just have some examples here, I guess. And this we just added. That's why we were in there. But I think we need to be admin. But we should be an admin, right? Let's just try this. So let's type out the command here. We would go in packet ps exec DC $1 if I can find it. At 10.10.232.150, and I want that marked like that, and then I'm going to copy it, and then I hope we can switch to the screen. So will this work with this account? No. So let's go back one step and grab the help info that I don't have in my notes. So we're going to add them. So when we find something missing, we add it. So there. This is a bit annoying. Yeah, replace, replace, replace. So, so the format we used was with the at character. Yeah, so username colon password at target name. So what we get error, no connection error. Name or service not known. Let's check the map of it here. So it's saying 445, and that's open. So maybe we just need a command to psexec.py. Default to cmd.exe, so it should do it without any commands. Debug on. So I have it IP. We can also have it name. Suggestions are okay right now if you're asking. I know that sometimes you don't want them, but right now it's okay. I'll probably Google um, what to do, but this also is like a hint, right? I don't really know what I can do with this account, and my memory is telling me I have, but it's not like we would just have the password for a machine account. The only thing I've done in machine account is like making them, not using an actual one. So Windows, I feel like lost. Huh. So 58, 95, and 96. I'm like, where 8, 58, 95, that's not what we have. So we could always try. Just because we have a user and a password. Oh, I don't think this will work, right? So this is the third time today that I have to charge this phone. Unplug it and plug it back for it to charge. And it's like never happened before. So maybe the battery is going even more dead. 150. We could also do the full name. Oh, I forgot one thing. The dollar character. So, but I'm still curious to see what happens. So I'm not gonna abort it. Mm. Mm-hmm. Authentication error is not, you don't have the right port open. So we're getting the same error. But we know that that's the correct information. So from here. Oh, right. Let's try once more. Because there I actually used these here too, right? And that's not a normal character, so let's do that. I'll be right back. Hello gubben! Varför röt du uppe? Gisslan? Jag ska bara kika och se om det händer något på min dator. So I'll just put this here. I'll be back soon. I'm sorry. Sorry. I had to make food for one of my kids. So, what do we do when we have a account that is a what do we do now? I don't know. And we tried this. We tried in fact PSXX. What's this? Oh, okay. So let's just check through stuff. Yeah, permissions. And here we have SMB server and secret stump. Can we do a secret stump? Can we do a secret stump remote? Maybe that's what we're supposed to do, actually. That might be it. So, packet. It's very impacket, this one. Secrets dump. And right, local. So let's pieces, right? So we're going to split it out. Actually, SMB server already has its own node, but it's an SMB. So let's cut and let's make an in-packet secret. There. And this is an example of a local. Local. And now I'm thinking there's remote too, right? And what to do? For that, we need help. So for the third time today, we're making a help addition to notes of something. And there I realized you're on that screen. Not on this one where I'm making the notes. So, yeah, I should have done a Control H again, but I think it's probably just 3 again. There. So, previous performers various techniques dump secrets from the remote machine without executing any agent there. Target name or local. Yeah, that's really what we wanted. So we just use domain username. Yeah, so we didn't do this before. Let's just give it another try here. So in-packet PSX here, this should be the domain too. And the username. And we didn't do this either. So I'm kind of thinking, does this work? And the name is HoloLive. HoloLive dot password. So that's odd, as we already run. Let's here. Let's try this one with checking the directionality of the slash. And yes, it was a normal slash. So you never know. Follow line dot local. So that fails. And if we do but oh, that also fails. This succeeds. So if we go back and we do this just to test the last possibility. So definitely something different there. Though this doesn't show any shares, but I didn't ask for that, did I? But doesn't it usually just show all the shares? I don't think there's any share there. Any shares. Here we have this, by the way. Yeah, I think it's a wrong slash. Because this looks crazy. So, once more. Instead of this, there it is. And then we use that naming this. Try. And it still doesn't work. This is a different error. So this is not correct. Possibly all the others work then. So we're just getting information that requesting shares, these are not writable, right? So as a computer, can't you be able to write on the drive, you know? Let's continue. So this is just what I thought of there. I'm just like, what was I actually going to do? Secret stump. Yeah. So go back to the secret stump and or local if you want to parse local files. This is what we want. At target name or address. So both works. So we can just run the IP. So this is instead of local, meaning this should be first. There. And then we have colon password. Doesn't work very well with no password, right? Colon nothing. We can try it. And username, let's try username. It seems safest just to do username. So, oh gosh, that's so annoying when you want to overwrite, and that's not what happens. And then we have target name or address. So let's do 10, 10, 232, 150. And let's remove that. And we want to grab Sam system. What? Did I have two of those? So, is there any chance this works? What do you think? That would be cool. So, impact secret stuff, some hive, system hive. Yes, yes. It worked! Nice. So, going back to the box notes. Secret dump. So, so I was actually trying to get down, not up. Trying to reach the keys. Arrow keys with this hand. So I just think it's this bit that we need. I'm like, yes. Yeah, and this is like nothing. Why would I recognize that? That's stupid, right? Or is it useful? So AS 128, a lot of versions. So I think we just grab this. Let's copy this one. We already know that the guest is disabled. So it seemed to be very not a lot else, right? So I think this is the only thing. Why I think that, I guess there is some kind of little experience, but I might just be totally wrong. So now let's do what we couldn't do before because we didn't have any hash to send along. So these are like, I'm gonna make something of those. That's why they're still up. My kid's knocking again. Yep, jag kommer. So my other kid wants some help, and I think he wants food too. So let's just leave it at this, right? And I'll be right back. For the food timer. 22 minutes. Put something in the oven. So, it wasn't long ago that I have so I'm so definitely feeling blind now. Right, I just remembered something. I think I copied it. Let's see. There. So we got another question down. So I had not very long ago at all. I feel very stupid right now. So I just had a command where I needed to enter a hash, and I'm not remembering it. Was it PSExec? I think so. Let's just try typing it in here. So in packet PS, and now we did this all these tests, right? So let's go actually grab pipe. What? What happened? Okay, story packet. So hashes, but I had dash H somewhere, right? Dash H. But this is kind of what we want, but that might not be correct. But why not try it? So hashes. So first of all, it is 252.250. It's administrator, and I did copy that, so I forgot. Well, I did never remember the full hash. So let's copy that here. So I don't like the order of this, but yeah. Not enough values to unpack. So let's the place where I saw something recently might just have been help, right? So I don't think so. There's no examples in here. I'll just Google in packets PSExec hash example. So this is the annoying thing with these, that you have to scroll so much. Yeah, Sam, we got to Sam. We want to unpack it. So it just mentioned it. No, it's more. PS. No, it's actually not here. PS exec. So Metasploit. So every time I see Metasploit, I'm like, yeah, yeah, hashes, yeah. So it probably just wants the first one too, but I'm quite sure I had a command I saw in front of me. ATX. This will only work on Windows. Bigger than Vista. Let's try with both hashes. Okay, why not? Well, the full hash, whatever you want to call it. Right. So it sounded a bit like it wanted that. And we're gonna. I could have just took the first part there. So not enough values to unpack. That's what I thought of. Slow, slow. So timed out. Extending an hour, but we have still 39 minutes. So this feels very stupid that I just don't remember. Because it was so long since I did anything like this. And I just clicked through a bit, and I'm like, my god, where is it? I should have like documents with actual human readable names, not just a command. In case I don't remember. It wasn't this, right? So nothing extra here. Oh gosh, I need to add stuff there. Yeah, I thought so. Suggestions. To do. What? I'm like blind, am I? Using machine accounts. Yeah, this is when we make an account. But, yeah. Is there nothing here? It was like the title. Hmm. Let's continue Googling. So this thing was. This is not what I was looking for. Conclusion. I should have actually read more, but this was so long. Uh, I just wanted an example, of the command, so we can confirm that it's the way it's supposed to be, or learn how to do it properly. So we're in Windows all the time here. So I'm looking for a command prompt thing. And this is too bright light for me to be able to read. Mm-hmm. So we just want to parse the hash simply.
Dylan
Hello.
Kaiser says, Hello. Translated
Hello.
from
So
German.
we have the administrator hash. I just forgot what to do with it. And I'm like, I want an example to look at here because this is totally failing. And I tried with this part, which I know is right because it was an answer in the box on TryHackMe, and it gives me this little pretty error. And with this, it just times out instead. So I want to see what's supposed to be right. And the thing is, I looked in my notes just. If I went back and looked at my stream, maybe I'll find what I was looking for because I'm like, my God. So maybe it's in here though. So my Windows notes are like split in the middle. So I timed out again. Um,
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Except for feeling very stupid not finding the thing. I just thought I knew. Um, so I could search for like pause hash or something. We just want to pause a hash. I know run as we can do remotely. Is that the simple way to do something? But we can't do this from a Linux machine. We'd have to do it from a Windows one. It's an exe file.
I'm watching this on my Raspberry Pi 400.
Cool, cool. Hello there, Raspberry Pi. So this is like basic old stuff. We're local admin. We have a local admin hash. Let's just do something else. What did it actually say here at the start? Let's actually read, like, right? So we have
So what's
dumped the
going on here?
secrets. So I got some information. We have the administrator hash. And I'm thinking I could pass the hash somehow. And I did try with this. With hashes like this. And it just times out here. It complained when it wasn't the full thing. Not enough values. So I feel lost. And I don't remember this, so I Google now. Maybe we should chat GPT instead. So if they say my Metasploit, I'm like, no. So maybe this one. So what we want of course a shell on the machine. We have the machine accounts. We reset the password. That's how we got the how we could secret stump it. So we got the administrator's hash. So I'm thinking we should pass the hash now and manage to get the prompt on there. So that's what I want to do. And we already have the hash. Authentication using a stolen. So I'm not good at Mimikatz, but will this won't give me a prompt, will it? New CMD windows open. Oh, it does. So Mimikatz, maybe that's what we're supposed to use. So we have hash, but let's check out their way to do it. So an adversary who gained a foothold in a network can use multiple methods to obtain password hashes, including disassync, extracting hashes from anti-BTS. And we just did the secret stump and we got the SAM info. Another method is shown below. Elsa's exe process memory. Yeah, this is not as stable as what we did, so let's next, the adversary uses one of the stolen password hashes to authenticate as a user using the password hash technique. The example below demonstrates using the stolen password hash to launch CMD.exe. It is also possible to pass the hash directly over the wire to any accessible resource permitting NTLM authentication. To pass the hash using Mimikatz. The following parameters are specified: user, domain, NTLM. So we have all hashes, so we can use these two if we wanted to. Let's hop back to the notes. So let's show the secret stump. So we got all this from it, but I'm thinking this is good enough. the administrator and TLM. We'll see soon if we need to use something else. So let's do Mimikatz then, I guess. So what I don't see is that it will run cmdxe. cmdxe. So, but we saw this, it says new cmd window opens. New cmd window opens. And this is also an exe file. So this is on the machine. Let's just try typing Mimikatz here, because it is here, right? So let's see. Use admin right on Windows to display passwords in plain text. So can we get? Oh, it opened. Okay, okay. So now we have this history. Let's do help, because it seems not to be a command. Okay. I have to go and check my kids' food. I'll be right back. Oh, have to leave this. So, ooh, we're at 8 hours. Still got a headache, but it's better. So, I'll just have to believe what they say. Mimikatz? Or I don't. Why? Yeah, so it only works with that one. So I used the wrong alt key. So nothing in my history. That's crazy. So this is not all my history, but it's like a year of history. So it's 29 degrees in here. That was like a lot of water, but I think I need it. Let's just let's try manhead. Yeah, kind of thought so. So, no, actually, it feels too chancy. I'm going to check ChatGPT. On a TryHackMe box, I managed to get the administrator hash to the DC server. And how would I which methods can I use to get a shell on the machine? I got the hash from in packet secret stump and the machine. More on that. More uses. Uses of that kind of machine account would also be great. So you know what I didn't do? I didn't check my list what to do. And that's probably where I have this. I just realized something. So I've sent the lemma anti-LM hash and the DC allows parcel hash. You got several solid options to get a shell and leverage that access. Here's a breakthrough. So this is what I tried. It just times out. We didn't drive VMIX. Well, we also tried in-packet PSX, not PSX5, which is the same, I think. Evil Winner M, I tried, but not with administrative hash. I don't think it's open. So 598586. So 5985 is open. Let's see. Yeah. So I feel a bit sick actually. I think I have the wrong thing in my notes there. Let's fix that. Oh, we have two end maps. Here, previous windows. No, no, this is not the wrong. Did I even click this? It's called Start Here Windows. And that we didn't go to. Oh, we're at Yara. That was earlier. Right, we can do this too. I drank too much water, I feel sick. So, and I already had a headache, so that made me feel not perfect, really. So, let's hop back here, and let's try it with administrator hash. One thing at a time. So, instead, we're going to do. Oh, yeah, this is where I had the hash in my notes. Yeah, this is where I had the hash in my notes. I'm like, that was what it looked like. And then we had H, and then we had what I probably don't have in my copy buffer anymore, but copy it from anywhere. So there it is. So that's what I had seen just now that I said I just saw it in my notes. And now I know where it was. So now we can go to Evil Win RM and we can see this is what I saw just now before. And I was like, oh my god, I just saw it. I just saw it, you know? So there. But let's make a parcel hash file. So pass the hash. And let's make like when evil in RM is one example, right? And then we have the parcel hash. So let's run what I never run. So now that we didn't know already, right? So let's explore. But first, let's we're on PS, right? ls. Yeah, I kind of thought so. So we have the little root thingy. 0 logon dark 30. Oh, Then we have to know how many domain admin accounts there are, and that's more like a hint, right? So now it's quick. Before, earlier today, it was very slow. It took so long before it actually worked. So with this we could just guess, but we're gonna get it a good way. So if I only remember, or even looked at WinRM, or WinRM. Let's check the other ways now. So yeah, right. We should probably get this one first. Let's check their hint. The medium accounts are prefixed with A. Then we already know, right? Because we have the full list of the accounts. It's just up a bit. Oh. Well, two of them here and two of them the same ones here. But those are the ones that have logged into this machine, right? No, this is the DC. Yeah. We want to research this more. We're not done with this one, even if it's done with us. So we're gonna go back here. Yeah, I'm gonna try all these. Getting a shell or similar control. Can I copy this? What do you think? So, copy. So, by the way, I never have a ChatGPT telling me you're not supposed to do this, you know? It just always gives me all the information like this. Yeah, I thought so. It doesn't just copy nicely. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But this time it didn't copy nicely. So it is not that it's not copying nicely. Actually, I think I have a workaround. It's just that it doesn't paste nicely. There. So if I just skip the formatting, it worked. So yeah, I thought so. Sorry for formatting, but my headache thinks this is a nice thing. I shouldn't have drunk. I drank like half a liter water at once. That was stupid. Stupid me. So we need to test. There. Crack map exec. Yeah, we'll try all the way once and fix this. So this worked, right? So let's do this one. But let's also check what it said about the other thing. Yes, gubben, men jag kan komma om du vill. I'll be right back. Sorry. So we have a wall problem in the bathroom. So, see? So, so this is not machine hashed. It's actually a password. Yeah. So I feel a bit sick still. Ah, whatever. Just ignore it. I think I drank too much water. Easy one. Yeah. Use the options too, especially if it's a weak one or reused. Well, we reset it. Reset it to nothing. Let's use the machine account password. I'm not, I don't think I'll make notes of this because this is not very common, you know. Yeah, secret stump, that's what we did.
Say fix it. I'm thinking of starting up my own IT course on Udemy. Do you have any suggestions for how I can get started?
Okay, to start an IT course, generally. Not cybersecurity specific or anything, just general IT. Then it's a question of what level you want to start, you know. Some people don't know how to start Notepad. I mean, is it for people that already know Windows good? Is it learning Linux, learning a bit more advanced things about Windows, learning networking? There's so many levels where you could start. But I guess all of those things are like the basics. VMI exec. We could have done VMI exec. So this is interesting. We have to test
it's
this.
for entry level and more intermediate stuff too. I'm thinking of teaching people Golang since that's one of my favorite languages.
Ah, okay. Nice, because I'm learning it, you know? I don't know if you were in those streams, but I've been like we're making in Go a port scanner. That's what we're doing. But I'm just doing 65,000 Go routines at the same time, and it works. And I'm like, oops, I was planning to make it smarter, but it just works. Yeah, so we'll make it smarter anyway. So, and more detailed networking, and I have to learn a lot of other things in Go. So, let's see if this works, right? Can we VMI exec with this? So let's actually just copy the command and so the box expired machine. So Did it actually terminate, or is it just... I think I'll just do this and we get back to the machine. I don't think it expired, did it? Well, maybe we don't do more then. We have to restart everything. It's not worth it. But I think I like added more time just an hour ago. Okay, it expired. It happened. So yeah, so for basic stuff, so we did the Zero Logon one. I would have liked to do more, but it looks to me like we're still in here. This should make it do nothing now. Will it realize it's not connected? Let's just grab this. I was gonna try all the ways, you know. That's a bit annoying. But it's not worth running the exploit again, is it? It's not hard though. We can do more. We could do more if we want to. So let's pausing the hash. So why is this one this kind of one and this one this? That makes it not work together. Anyway, we did home my. We hopped over to this and just so it's not like anything extra there. That's okay. Yeah, I guess we say this is done. So as it's quite easy to do it again, for the sake of learning, let's test more stuff. So I have to start the box again. So I don't think quickly doing a lot of rooms is more useful than doing one and learn all you can from it, right? So let's start this one again. We'll have an IP in a minute. No, it's just 52 seconds left. So I haven't eaten any real good food today, and that might be why my tummy's not happy with me too. I saved the nmap scan, take an opportunity to, so we can skip this. I don't think we use the host files, but I guess we need to edit that with a new IP. So let's see what it does. And the exploit, we just run it again with a new IP. And then we just I'd assume though that we have that this will still work, right? That it will have the same hash. We don't have to even run the exploit if it works. That's so we have an IP 165.51. Oh, I saw my typo. I've done this some other day and been like, oh my god, why is it still not working? It has happened. So if this works with a new IP, we know that it's the same hash. I'm kind of assuming, but this is just confirming. We'll just exit when we get in there. Oh yeah, so LS crashed it here. It realized that it got a timeout. So what food should we get? Fry some hot dogs maybe. You need something more than sandwiches and risifrutti. Some real food. Yeah, so on courses, there's like an infinite number of subjects, right? That are beginner computer courses. Infinite. You just have to choose what you like. If you do a Golang course, I can be your test pupil. There, so we got it in, and we also saw what kind of time it took. So one of the errors we had in the other command was a timeout, and maybe it is just this slow, right? So this still works, which means we have this right hash. So let's hop over and test some other stuff. We do need to run the exploit though, because I want to test the thing we were just going to test, which is actually from knowing the password. And this is what this does. It's setting the machine account password to nothing. Oh, this is more tries than we did last. Last we just, it was quick. There. So let's DC $1 and 65.51 plus we're authenticated, so it worked. And then we can run the thing that I had looked up. Here, the thing we were just going to do. So let's copy that again using the creds. And this domain slash here. I tried using this here and another place and it didn't work. But we can always try. So target IP is 10.165.51, and the password is actually nothing. Not nothing, but nothing. And then we have the domain being hello live.local. Oh, we need to change this too. There. It asked for the password. Denied. So that just means it's secure. Or it's the wrong. Yeah. This is a machine account. It's at itself. But I guess it's a DC, so it's in the domain for sure. So this is similar to what we did. We didn't do any just DC or anything. We didn't get it from here. Kerberos authentication, get TDT. So why does it keep using this format? Then you can use whatever impact tools using tier B 5cc name. Yeah, let's try the first things. So what we did and that worked was Evil Winner M, because I was like, all right, yeah, that was it. I recognize it. That's what I used. This I did and failed. It didn't work. So I tried this before I asked ChatGPT. We did try now VMI exec, but we didn't try it with the administrator. So it's not the same with the machine account. So let's actually hop back here and just change the creds. Administrator, and we want hashes. And oh, I'm in the wrong one to scroll up. So starting with no domain information. Yeah. Yeah. There needs to be a colon, and I learned it now from ChatGPT that we don't actually need to put the number there. We can just put the colon, and it will get it. So be 3. Ah, it worked. Nice. They're on C. So there we can see how the domain is printed here too. It's just HoloLive. So Also lowercase administrator here. So we need to put this in the notes as an example of VMI exit, but I don't think I have already in here. Let's put it in the same one. So it's just two. Oopsie. Do I not want them in the same one? Do I want them in the same one? We don't have to do that. Take space. Better example, right? And then we grab this. As an example with hashes for both. I'm sure it will be the same one there, though. Let's now do exactly the same command, right? So we're going to exit this. And we're going to run exactly the same command with one little change. A tiny little change. Now it worked. Did it? Yeah. Very nice. So let's just do who am I to as an example of something. And this time we're in the authority system. So that's unintentional privilege escalation. That's like oopsie, right? But I think I've seen that before, but it's still something to think about, right? Though, oopsie. And the auth system. That's admin. So the way that it does it with the service here. Cool. So of course we need the actual command to be here too. So I'm curious, what did I do before and how did it differ from this and why? So why didn't it work before, you know? Yeah, so the same command with psx. Gives gave admin gave system. So that's good to remember. So this one actually I'm going to font color equals red. Font, sorry for the messy, but that's the only way to make it red in Obsidian. So so we did actually also this needs to go to the box notes too. And system. So there's no more we could do there. What we didn't do though is gain more domain information from inside the machine, and that we could do. But let's check that we this I didn't get to work before. It might have been that we use only color now. So in this one, yeah, right. I was testing Mimikatz and then I asked, so we'll have to check that later. So in packet hashes, and I tried both. So let's compare to the notes. Oops, tabbing on the wrong machine. So in packet PSX hashes, and here I have this there. The difference from the other one is this is just deleted. Then administrator. So here I use a lowercase a and I don't use these. That's the difference. And of course the IP because it's not the same. So we can test that again. If we exit this, removing file. Yeah, this feels cooler to do PS exit. But we're going to see if we fail if we change different things or not, right? Was it my lowercase a that made it fail? When it actually said here that it's administrator with lowercase. And now I drank more water. I'll grab another something to eat. Which is the only thing I have in this room is chocolate. Oh gosh, I'm eating too much chocolate. So we bought this thinking it would last for 2 weeks. So let's try this and fix the IP, of course. That's so quick. I'm so like fainting. So this works. Putting the actual information there doesn't. That's the only thing that made it not work the first time I tried. So lowercase a is okay. No quotes are okay.
Okay, you're on Kali too.
Yeah, of course. So this one is on Proxmox, so it's called Proxly.
I installed Kali on my Pi 400 recently.
Oh, so now I have to Google Pi 400, right?
I personally prefer Parent OS though.
Okay, you do. You do. Now I had it installed for a little bit, but it's not the same. It's not Kali. I like Kali. So I run it on my laptop as the main OS. So, I forgot what I was gonna do. I was gonna so pi 400. This
Okay,
is what I have.
did you know that if an administrator account on Windows opens a RAT from within a zip file, it spawns a shell in the System32 folder?
Right. I mean, it all depends on what it does. So all the shells seem to end up in System32. That seems to be the base directory for all of them. Why do I have such loud audio again? Oh, right, I was messing with this TTS audio. Yeah, so it seems like when you log in, like now, right here, when we log in, we end up in Windows 32, System 32. Windows System 32. That seems to be where we end up. That's not much of images. Xiaomi. So keyboard. Cool. So with Swedish keyboard. Nice thing. SE keyboard, UK SE keyboard, whatever. So, is there anything else we want to test before we feel done? Yeah. Could we use Mimikatz to get a shell with you can use to inject the hash into memory and then launch a shell. Yeah, kinda thought so. So the reason I asked was that this says like this: new CMD window opens if you run this. So I think I'm done. We learn more on the next one, right? All right, we can terminate it. Or yeah, right. We didn't actually look for any domain information on that. Net users. Net groups. So obviously arrows didn't work here. But we could fix that. We could just yeah, no arrow up. with one or more errors. So I don't remember the commands. Let's try the net groups. Domain admin. Yeah, this is how we saw that these were domain admins easily. So we did. Now we haven't actually, not just guessing or checking something odd to get that. Let's see if it managed to delete this. No. So I'm terminating the box, and hopefully those will revive. If that's a common problem, I will notice it later. So we have 40% of cyber defense. Now, next is open VAS. Learn the basics of threat and vulnerability management using open vulnerability assessment scanning. Walk through on the use of MISP as a threat sharing platform. Yeah, this is very bluety. This pop, and it has expired 2nd of April, unfortunately. But I want to finish it, so I can't switch paths now. Then I won't be able to get back on this, I think, and I don't think I will get a certificate. But I still want to finish it because it's interesting stuff. This one was much more not only blue, right? Definitely. I can't click this, no. So we just click this instead. Learn the basic of threat and vulnerability management using open vulnerability assessment scanning. To access the material, start machines and ask a question. You need to join the room. Introduction. OpenVAS, an application used to scan endpoints and web applications to identify and detect vulnerabilities. It is commonly used by corporations as part of their mitigation solutions to quickly identify any gaps in their production or even development servers or applications. This is not an end-all be-all solution, but can help to get rid of any common vulnerabilities that may have slipped through the cracks. From the OpenVAS GitHub repository, this is the Open Vulnerability Assessment Scanner OpenVAS of the Green Vulnerability Management GVM solution. It is used for the Greenbone Security Management appliances and is full-featured scan engine that executes a continuously updated and extended feed of network vulnerability test (NVTs). Sounds kind of cool, right? So, as previously mentioned, OpenVAS is built off the Greenbone Vulnerability Management GVM solution and is only one of the alliances that is released from Greenbone. Let's scroll past the bright light if we can. OpenVAS is a service within a larger framework of services known as the Greenbone Vulnerability Management. I wonder how many times I will say that. In this task, we will break down the services that make up the framework and their roles. So we have a GMP, API of Greenbone Vulnerability Manager, OSP, Unified Scanner Control Layer, NVTs, Network Vulnerability Tests, OSP Scanner, OSP Scanner, OpenVAS Scanner, Greenbone community feed into the NVTs and SCAP assert. Vulnerability manager to GMP clients and to Greenbone security system to the web browser. User data going back and forth here. Well, the arrow going back and forth. Above is a brief visual breakdown of what the GVM framework looks like. There are many components that are part of the architecture for the GVM framework, but we can break it down into three distinct sections: front-end, back-end, and vulnerability information feed. These sections are further explained below. Vulnerability information field, NVT, SCAPcert, user data community feed. So no community feed on there. Here it is. So this bit is the information. This section will contain all information and vulnerability tests that come from the Greenbone community feed that will be in the baseline for testing against systems. This can also include user data provided by the user in place of Greenbone NVTs and SCAPcerts. Backend, OSP, OpenVAS, targets. The backend, let's actually find all this. So OSP, OpenVAS, targets. Here, I guess. It actually says target systems there in black on the dark blue. So the backend structure is what will actually be conducting all the vulnerability scanning and processing data and NVTs, so OpenVAS and GVM. Greenbone Vulnerability Manager will be the middleman between the scanners and the front end. It's like in the middle here, front end user interfaces. So front end GSA, Greenbone Security Assistant must be GSA. Web interfaces, is this also web interfaces, the GMP clients then? Looks like that. This is what you interact with when you navigate to OpenVAS in your browser. The web interfaces are built off the Greenbone Security Assistant and make life easier for an analyst or operator when working with OpenVAS or other forms of scanners through the GVM. For more information about GVM framework architecture, check out this post from there. So I think they're making it so much more complicated than it has to be. So they stole the image from here. For more information, and they send us to something that is shorter in text. But TryHackMe might sometimes repeat the same thing more than once. Yeah, so I don't think that's much installing. And OpenVAS is not meant to be installed on the attack box. The installation procedure for OpenVAS can vary based on hello there, little how you decide to install. You can install from Kali OpenVAS repos, install from source, or run from the container. For our purposes, the preferred method is to run it inside a Docker container, as we don't have to worry about a lot of the setup or errors that we may run into with other installation methods. Option 1. Install from Kali OpenBus repositories. So one thing I've noticed, by the way, is that our Kali VM on Proxmox has been very stable. It has not died, which is nice. Though this is kind of like, let's just close these tabs, right? We don't need these anymore. We have gotten all the data we want from that. So new fresh terminal. Installing from repositories can sometimes be very simple, or it can be a very painful process. For OpenBus, the installation radius and difficulty and can require many configurations. Alright. For more information about this option, check out the guides below. Install from source and run from Docker. And Docker will probably be the easiest, of course, right? So that's the way they do it. So let's just open these, and also I guess this will send us to the GitHub repo. Yeah. Installing from source. Installing from source is the least preferred option for beginners. The least optimized way of installing OpenBus due to prerequisites and money and make errors. For more information about installing from source, look at. So let's open notes, and we're done with this box, right? So we can close those. Actually, let's do it again. Let's grab the notes are for Blue Team. So we did Nessus the other day, installation here. This is just the only thing, so I was kind of expecting more than what we did. But we could have made more notes because we did more things. We answered questions and stuff. I just didn't do good notes that day. So let's make a folder also for this one. So first of all, we don't want caps, right? Was I right on the name? Yeah. So let's make installation again. So the problem with using the same name for files is that when you search and get hits, it's sometimes very annoying to can't see where they are. Yeah, we have this here still. And I already pasted that. I want to make sure if I copied anything. I didn't. So, let's actually check it out first. So this is Ubuntu guide. Local install Ubuntu. Local install Kali. So I'm gonna close these because we're gonna go with Docker, right? For today at least. I think I want to read this a little bit more. The Ubuntu one felt a bit like, yeah, you know, it's not really us. So they just install GVM star, run GVM setup, UFV, enable allow 80, allow O, GVM start. That doesn't sound like in long installation instructions. Keep having issues. Yeah, that was a bad instruction. But maybe in combination with the Ubuntu one. Uh, ah. So I'm not online according to F6 streams again. I almost don't dare to stream in another category. So I'm starting to think how much will we do today? And it is actually 22, and I do have some other stuff I need to get done. So maybe we should actually continue this tomorrow because it's tomorrow next time. Yeah, we might do that. We might. So let's see. Let's open my stream. What? That was odd. So I did reinstall, so that's why. The start page of Twitch, it had audio. That was so long ago. Long ago that happened. Alright. I'm just preparing a bit. We will continue a little bit more. But now I'm ready when I want to stop. Installation instructions for open files. Please note the reference system used. Yeah. So we're not gonna use this, and I don't really care about that even. I just want the main GitHub and link in there. So we're not gonna install it from source. My God, if there's other alternatives, there. That's the main page. Docker. Docker is by far easiest of all the three installation methods and only requires one command to be run. To get the client started for this installation procedure, you will need Docker installed. For more information about this procedure, check out the OpenWAS Docker project. So install Docker run. I kind of assume we have Docker installed. Yeah, I think we have Docker installed and more. So let's see if we can just run this. 443. So let's see. Oh, of course. Yeah, it can't find it locally. So this might take some time. So let's continue reading. This command will load the Docker container and run the container. It will take a few minutes for the container to fully set up and begin running. Once it's complete, you can navigate to HBS. Localhost preferred browser overloads will be set up and ready to go. Credentials to access admin. How safe? So maybe we don't need a whole install feature for installing it. Run with Docker. So it's downloading stuff, right? So the desk was very empty. Download complete for some of them. It's not very much data. So now let's prepare. Open the browser. Opening Firefox. So I need to tab on there so I can see the downloads. It's not done. If you successfully logged onto OpenBus, you should see a dashboard that looks similar to the one below. Greenbone Security Assistant, logged in as admin. Tasks, so I've seen this before. So it's still extracting and downloading. It's actually just extracting. Initial configuration. Before we can start scanning and implementing OpenVAS into our vulnerability management solution, we need to do a little bit of maintenance and configuration to get OpenVAS properly working. Luckily for us, OpenVAS makes the process very easy and includes a wizard to make the process straightforward. Begin by navigating to Scans Tasks and clicking on the purple magic wand icon to begin the configuration wizard. So, configuration wizard. Config wizard apps. So that doesn't look like it doesn't have any special characters. Scans, tasks, purple magic wand. So, still extracting, but it's on the last one. We recommend beginning a scan on to test out our installation and ensure it's working properly. If you successfully navigated to the wizard, you should see a pop-up similar to the above. Download newer image. Yeah, it's done. Right? So it should have started it. Yeah. And we got an ID there too, right? So let's hop over to the browser. Security risk. Accept. Admin. Login failed. So we need to get some updated information. I'm thinking, can it be a case problem? No. So I tried lowercase and uppercase. Ace. Admin. So let's see if ChatGPT knows. Default threads for OpenVAS Docker. Retry. Auto-generated in the logs during container startup. Okay. Oh, it's 2222. And Docker logs.
Pluser27 says, hey.
Hey, welcome in.
Random question, you ever worked with IP cameras?
Worked with? No, not worked with. Played with a bit. You have a problem? So I don't get a lot of logs, but it just says permission denied on connect. Yeah, nothing like that.
Am I understand this right that once as you set them up, you don't have to use their proprietary software to keep the RTSP stream up, right?
So it of course depends on what camera it is. So you just read the docs. So it's possible. I know that someone had problems doing that on a camera. So I think it could be messy, but it all depends on what it is, of course. So let's hop you over so you can see what I'm doing. I'm just like, oh my god, what was the commands, you know? I could guess. Let's see.
I got them for free, they were throwing them away and went through some online docs, but they required
Oh,
me to run some C++ backend in order for the HTTP interface to work, but it seems to be
okay.
working once I close it. Never use this kind of stuff.
Okay, that's cool. Free stuff is nice. Yes, you probably can find online docs. Backend. So it depends, of course, how they talk, what protocol it is. If it's just a normal one that you can just use with anything, but you need to be able to set settings and stuff, of course. So do they have like a web interface, or do you have to use some special C++ backend to change stuff? So Docker. I'm searching my notes for Docker, and I don't find anything. So, oh, here we have lots of Docker stuff. What's this? Yeah, starting Docker. So this was my first start of Docker, I think. Is there a date? All files are 21, 22. So this is on the Windows machine, of course. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I need to sudo. Let's see. I was just trying not to show you the password if you get the password, but it's not actually giving you a password here. So
The camera has a default HTTP that asks to run the program in order to edit settings. They don't expose anything but was able to
okay,
find the RTSP link by looking at the traffic.
okay, okay. So yeah, you can always try and see if you can figure out how it works. But I'm thinking that maybe someone already did, if you're lucky, and you could send some control commands or something. It's all network traffic, right? So if you just know what to send, you can send it. But if the program is available, that would probably be much easier. So you could always contact the company too and say, I have these cameras, help me. So if they say, no, you didn't pay us, that's one thing, but maybe they'll, oh, nice, you're still using those old things or something. We'll help you. you know, most people are nice. Uh, this is my first Docker. Uh, lots of help
Yeah, maybe
questions.
you'll send an email as well next week and see, but their software is Windows only, I think.
Ah, okay, okay. You don't have any Windows machines? So I'm assuming, like you said, that once you set it up, it probably just runs, right? But you might need to set stuff up. Probably need to.
No,
PS,
I had
yeah.
to spin up a VM to try it.
Ah, okay. Yeah. But then you started it already? You run it? So, PSA. Yeah, I should make a short list. The names of those. Hmm. So, yeah, it's just not showing the full number there. The container ID, is it? Because if I cut this there, why is it not? Yeah, it's there. That looks odd. No password here. So that's the only suggestion I saw. Yeah, nothing like that. So we have docs. We didn't look at them yet. No. And this doesn't work, so this instruction is old. let's check it out. So let's just scroll up and check what command I use to start it and make sure that it's not too different from what they say to do. Yeah, we use this one. Grab a container from there. Start up. Starting can take some time, 45 minutes. What do you see? It seems like installation is okay. No. In the logs. And then log in with this. Check the status. So I kind of expected this to be something else. By default, the system only allows connections for hostname most allows to allow access using custom DNS name. Set password. The admin password can be changed by specifying a password runtime using the n variable will be password. So we can do that. It's just odd. I'm using clicks now instead of enter. And we're still getting login failed. So it's actually not saying bad password. It's waiting for OMP service to become available. I didn't read that. Okay. So should we check the logs again then? Let's see. Oh. So I still have a headache. I'm kind of feeling that it's late and I have stuff to do because we're going to the country house next week, so I have to pack some stuff and things, and I want to stream tomorrow, and then we go, So I'll leave this and see if it will, just need some more minutes of time. I'll try restarting it, and I'll make sure it is That looks too funny. That it has stuff, right? So I'm thinking that we will do a little raid. It's been quite a long stream so far, right? We're on 9:39 and time is here 22:39. I kind of started on the minute there. My planned one today. Started at 13. So we're raiding. I'm thinking I haven't raided Namsec before, I think. And yeah, let's just do it. And or maybe I did do it last time. Did I do it? I don't think so. No, I didn't. Okay, so when I click the raid, it's follower or subscriber only chat, it says. Yeah, so it's probably not to be spammed by bots. I can accept it, but I don't like when people have follower only chats. So, yeah, so I'll be back tomorrow. I will have to do some stuff before I start streaming. I won't start streaming 30. It will be a bit later tomorrow. So we'll see what time it will be. I had to go help my mom a bit. So, yeah, I think I'll click the button. Thank you for being here. And hopefully see you tomorrow. And for YouTube, I will send the link in chat before I stop the stream. Oh, I don't even have to click the button. Bye bye bye. So it is a bit laggy.
So I need to. Okay, let's do this.
There.
Yo, what just happened? For raid, thank you so much for the raid, Fix It. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. Shout out to Fix It 42 for the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. Oh God. All right. All right. Looks like we're full sending it, chat.
Fixerbot says.
New follower M Rackham. Less than 3.
Yeah, everybody throw a W in the chat for Fix It, please. Damn, 9.5 hour stream. Sheesh.
Yeah.
I shoot
Just
for
stop
like
it.
2 hours and I give up afterwards.
So I'm gonna
Can we
send
fucking work?
the link
Sorry.
to YouTube. There. So I'm gonna stop.